A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. Well, many of the nation's schools commence a new semester on Monday, and Madison High School, where Our Miss Brooks teaches English, is one of them. Although the others usually dispense with classes on the last day or two of the old term, Madison did not.
No, indeed. Our beloved principal, Osgood Conklin, saw to that. In fact, he was quite chagrined when a cloudburst last Friday kept almost all of the student body at home. Even members of the faculty didn't get down, except a handful of teachers, me. Since Mr. Conklin didn't show up until quite late, I took it upon myself to dismiss the few soaked pupils who were floating around the halls. Saturday morning at breakfast, I discussed the situation with my landlady.
And what did Mr. Conklin say when you told him you had canceled school for the day, Connie?
He didn't say a word, Mrs. Davis, until he came down off the ceiling. Then he accused me of usurping his function as a principal and throwing a monkey wrench into his plan for getting the jump on the other schools.
What sort of plan did he have, Connie?
Well, he felt that schedules should be revised and classes assigned before the first day of the new semester. Hence, we have all been invited to appear at school today.
But this is Saturday, Connie. Mr. Conklin hasn't the authority to make anybody come to school.
He doesn't make anybody come. He's put it on a voluntary basis. For both the student body and the faculty, it's strictly optional.
Really?
Of course. Come or die.
I can't understand some of you teachers, Connie. Why do you let Mr. Conklin drive you this way? What are you all? A bunch of geese?
I don't know about the others, but don't be surprised if some morning you find a feather by my empty bed. You see, Mrs. Davis, I've been in so much trouble with Mr. Conklin during the past term. I don't dare start the new one off on the wrong foot. Oh, that's probably Walter Denton. He's giving me a lift down to school. Come in, Walter.
It certainly is nice of Walter to call for you this morning.
Yes, it is, considering that I made it quite clear to him that his driving me was strictly optional.
Really?
Of course. Be here or flunk.
Hi, Mrs. Davis. And to you, most revered and admired of all local educators, I bow deeply from the waist.
Thank you, and get your head out of the milk pitcher. Sit down, Walter. I'll pour you a glass.
Oh, thanks. Would you like something else, Walter?
What have you got?
Oh, cereal, eggs, sausage, bacon, toast.
So that'll be fine.
Obviously, you haven't had anything to eat since breakfast.
Oh, that's right, Miss Brooks. Over an hour ago.
A growing boy should eat a lot, especially if you want to grow up and be big and strong like Hopalong Cassidy.
If Hopalong Cassidy ate like Walter, he'd never make it to the saddle.
That's a good one.
I'll go fix a nice plate for you, Walter. Oh, how do you take your eggs?
4 in the mouth and 6 intravenously.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, you make me sound like a pig. Just scramble a few with some bacon and sausages, Mrs. Davis, please.
All right, dear.
Well, this is great. What better way to start off the day than a resounding second breakfast with my favorite school teacher?
For a kid who's going to school on Saturday, you sound pretty chipper, Walter.
But that's where you're wrong, Miss Brooks. I'm not going to school today. None of the students are. We held a mass meeting last night and decided that the only course to pursue was open rebellion.
What?
The issues are clear, Miss Brooks. If we let old Marblehead haul us into school today...
Now, just a minute, Walter. I won't have you referring to the principal of our school in such a disrespectful manner.
Sorry, Miss Brooks, but don't you see? If we submit to his demand that we attend school on Saturday, what's to prevent him from dragging us down on Sunday? Or even holidays? Oh, I can just picture it. Christmas weekend comes. Everybody's off having fun. But our principal decrees that we must spend every day of our vacation in school.
Old Marblehead wouldn't dare.
Don't you worry, Miss Brooks. Even though we all recognize this for the tyranny that it is a short-lived tyranny. Our spokesman elected unanimously at last night's meeting will see to that.
Spokesman? Whom did you elect?
Let me be the first to congratulate you. What more logical choice, may I add, to slay the tyrant?
Now, wait a second, Walter. It just happens that I didn't renew my card in the Tyrant Slayers Union. I'm in enough hot water now for canceling school yesterday.
That was different. It was an emergency. Plus which nobody was there anyway. But don't worry about it now. We can plan our campaign on the way down to school.
I thought you said you weren't going.
Of course I'm going. I'm in charge of the picket line. As one of the organizers of this rebellion, it's up to me to see that the protest meeting this morning goes off without a flaw.
Are you sure you've got the eyebrows for this kind of work?
Oh, we've got a great program lined up, Miss Brooks. Some of the kids are bringing a dummy down so we can hang Mr. Conklin in effigy.
But, Walter, that's a pretty violent way of protesting.
Oh, it'll all be in fun. Sort of. Well, even Mr. Conklin's daughter Harriet's on our side. So, here's the plan, Miss Brooks. First, we're going to have one last talk with Mr. Conklin. Then we're going to go out and hang the dummy. Well, what do you think of the scheme?
It's a dandy, Walter. Of course, it would be more effective if you had one last talk with the dummy and then went out... Oh, there I go with that wishful thinking. For a group who decided not to come to school today, there's quite a crowd on the campus.
I wonder where Stretch Snodgrass is. He's supposed to carry the dummy over to the flagpole.
As Madison's star athlete, he deserves the honor, but let me offer a word of caution, Walter.
What's that, Miss Brooks?
Well, I don't want to cast any aspersions on Stretch's mentality, but if he's carrying the dummy, be very careful who you string up.
Here he is now. Hiya, Stretch.
Oh, hi, Walter. Hello, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Stretch.
I made up a slogan for one of the picket signs, Walter, but I'm afraid it might be a teeny-weeny bit disrespectful. Want to hear it?
Sure. How does it go?
It goes, Mr. Conklin is very unfair. I'm going to wash that guy right out of my hair.
I don't think a slogan like that's too disrespectful. Do you, Miss Brooks?
Not if you want to finish your education in another part of the state.
The real fun will come later, Miss Brooks. We're going to hang Mr. Conklin in a figgy.
In a what?
In a figgy.
Will he fit in a figgy?
No, he means in effigy, Miss Brooks.
Oh, I kind of liked it the other way.
Yeah, I better get this thing now. I'll see you later, Miss Brooks. Bye, Walter.
So long, pal. Well, everything's rolling right along. Let's see if Mr. Conklin got here yet.
Hello, Miss Brooks. Walter? Well, I just talked to Daddy, and he's livid. He blames you for the entire insurrection, Miss Brooks.
Me?
I tried to reason with him. I even told him that you weren't present when we named you our spokesman, although it was a foregone conclusion that you'd accept the honor with great enthusiasm.
That's getting me off the hook.
Daddy says if you hadn't canceled school yesterday, this wouldn't have happened. You're in an awful spot.
Gosh, I didn't mean to get you into such a jam, Miss Brooks.
Well, I'm in it, and it's up to me to get out of it. Please don't think I'm a Benedict Arnold, but I'd better get up on the school steps and have a little talk with some of these strikers.
Well, it probably won't do any good, but I can't blame you for trying.
Students! Boys and girls, I'd like to talk to you for just a moment. Quiet, please. Thank you. Now, I'm sure you all have as much pride in your school as any members of the faculty have, or as its principal, Mr. Conklin, has. Please, I'm just trying to tell you that by working for a few hours today, we can be prepared to launch our new semester on Monday with a minimum of confusion, thus assuring us of a better start toward that degree of scholastic excellence which has always prevailed at Madison High. Remember, students, education is your sacred heritage, your guaranteed right under the Constitution, as well as the Bill of Rights, which ensures us all of the benefits and privileges which every American has come to feel.
And so, Miss Brooks, I hold you personally responsible for the fact that these malcontents are not in their classrooms yet.
But, Mr. Conklin, I really tried to...
Excuse me. This is Osgood Conklin's office. Mr. Conklin himself speaking.
Hello, Conklin. This is Mr. Stone at the Board of Education.
Oh, hello, Mr. Stone. How's every little
I've no
thing?
time for chit-chat. A rather disturbing rumor has reached me to the effect that you've summoned your student body to school today.
My student body?
You realize, of course, that such an action on your part without sanction from the board would constitute a breach of authority that could lead to your immediate dismissal?
Yes, sir. Yes, of course. Now, I can't for the life of me imagine where these ridiculous rumors begin. Why, I'm here all alone. Not another soul in the office. Bless you.
Shut up!
I'm sorry, sir. My cat has a cold. But about that rumor, the only reason I'm in the office is to get out some letters.
Good. I thought you had better sense than to do anything that autocratic. Oh, by the way, Osgood, I'll be in your neighborhood in a little while. Perhaps I'll drop in to discuss some board matters with you.
Fine, Mr. Stone. That'll be just grand. I'll look forward to seeing you.
Very well. Goodbye, Osgood.
Goodbye, Mr. Stone. Well, Miss Brooks, sometimes everything happens for the best. Because of you, no child has set foot in this building as yet. Is that right?
I guess not, Mr. Conklin, but if you'll just wait until
I'll be frank with you, Miss Brooks. If they had come in, it could have meant my dismissal. I don't understand Mr. Stone's attitude, but, well, go out to your youthful charges and inform them that there is no school today.
Oh, fine, Mr. Conklin.
You did it, Miss Brooks. I didn't think you could do it, but you did it.
What are you talking about, Denton?
Oh, she was wonderful, Mr. Conklin. Miss Brooks made a speech a few minutes ago that'll go down in Madison's history. Yes, sir. Every student is in his or her classroom right now. And believe me, Mr. Conklin, wild horses couldn't drag them out of this school today.
Well, Miss Brooks? You heard the boy. Thanks to your speech, wild horses couldn't drag them out of school today. And now, young woman, may I ask what you propose to do?
Step aside, Mr. Conklin.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith.
No other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Proof that Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
2 years research at leading universities using Colgate Dental Cream, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice history on tooth decay. Conclusive proof that when teeth are brushed with Colgate right after eating,
Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
Yes, the toothpaste you use to clean your breath while you clean your teeth now offers a safe, proved way to reduce tooth decay. Modern science shows decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst right after eating. Brushing teeth with Colgate as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel.
Colgate Dental Cream has been proved to contain all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care.
Get Colgate Dental Cream today. Big economy size, only 59 cents. Always use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and
help stop tooth decay before it starts.
Remember, no other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Well, I told Walter Denton to corral the students and herd them into the cafeteria. While I was waiting for them to assemble, I corralled Mr. Boynton and herded him into a corner table. Over a cup of coffee, I told him of Mr. Conklin's dilemma. As usual, Mr. Boynton was extremely sympathetic. So you see, if these kids don't go home at once, Mr. Conklin can get in big trouble with the board.
Well, that's his worry. Oh, he should have known better than to ask students to come to school on Saturday, let alone the faculty.
I wish he would, let alone the faculty. But we're in it now. At least I am, up to our necks. At least my neck. Fine English teacher.
Well, I don't like to see you distressed about it. Now, look, when we do leave here, how about going someplace, just the two of us?
What sort of place did you have in mind, Mr. Boynton?
Well, I don't know.
It's a date.
I thought maybe you'd enjoy the zoo again today. Now, I understand they've got a yak over there that's over 60 years old.
Honestly?
Yeah, that's pretty old for a yak, you know.
Oh, I know. Then old yaks are so much more fun than young yaks, don't you think? Don't you care? I know I don't.
Well, I got most of the kids in, Miss Brooks. Oh, hi, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, hello, Walter.
I'll hold this chair for you, Miss Brooks. Go ahead. Get up on it and make your speech.
Thanks, Walter. Students, attention, please. I've called you here for some very good news. You don't have to stay in school today.
Oh, but Miss Brooks, after your speech of this morning, we want to stay.
Don't you believe it? This, after all, is Saturday, a holiday, one to which you are not only entitled by law, but which is guaranteed to you by the Constitution, by the Bill of Rights and every other document so carefully prepared to safeguard the interests of you, the future leaders of our great nation.
Hello?
Hello, Osgood. This is Mr. Stone. I'm afraid I won't be able to drop in on you today after all. My wife's been driving my car all week, and it's pretty well shot.
Yes. Yes, I've seen her. Your car, that is. Your car. I'm sorry you can't drop in, though, Mr. Stone, but when you do pay us a visit, you'll find as smooth a running educational operation as there is in this country.
I'm sure of it, Osgood. Well, goodbye for now.
Goodbye, sir, and thanks for calling. Come in.
It's me, Mr. Conklin. I told the students that they can go home any time they want to.
What? Have they left yet?
No, sir. Most of them are still in the cafeteria, but
They're going to pay for this morning's protest meeting. Mr. Stone isn't coming down after all. So you can just tell those recalcitrant mischief makers that they're staying here today until 4 p.m.
But, Mr. Conklin, I can't make another speech.
It's an order, Miss Brooks. Miss.
And so by working for a few hours today, we can be assured of a better start toward that degree of scholastic excellence which has always prevailed at Madison High. Remember, students, education is your safety, your guaranteed right under the Constitution, as well as the Bill of Rights, which ensures us all the benefits and privileges which every American.
Gosh, Stretch, I don't like to cross Miss Brooks up, but we just got to get out of school today.
But we're all on detention, Walter. We got to stay till 4 p.m. What makes me mad, we didn't even get to burn Mr. Conklin in a figgy.
Yeah, I know it's Stretch. And... Hey, wait a minute. You just gave me an idea. Suppose we had a fire drill. Then when we all ran out of school, we could just forget to stop running until we got home.
Yeah, but the control for the fire alarm bell is in Mr. Conklin's office, and he ain't going to ring it for no reason.
Then let's give him a reason.
You mean start a fire?
No, not a real fire, Stretch. A fake one. We can get some dry ice in the cafeteria kitchen and drop it in a bucket of water. Oh, that makes the most beautiful smoke you ever saw. And then we just fan it under old Marblehead's door until it fills his office.
Then he comes out of his door and hits us with the bucket.
No, he doesn't. We remove the screws from his doorknob from the outside. And then when he tries to open the door, the knob comes away in his hand, and Conklin falls right on his conch.
Boy, you should get a scholarship.
So, Miss Brooks, you've informed the student body that they're all under detention until 4?
Yes, sir, I did. But suppose Mr. Stone does come over and discovers that you're keeping us all in school on a holiday.
Ah, but he won't, Miss Brooks. He has no way to get here. His car broke down.
Suppose he decided to walk over.
Walk over? That's ridiculous.
Well, hello, Mr. Conklin.
Mr. Stone.
I decided to walk over.
That's ridiculous. Hello, Mr. Stone. How are you?
Fine, thanks, Miss Brooks. I would have been here sooner, Osgood, but I dozed off for a few minutes in the park. I stopped to rest on my favorite bench, the one under Paul Revere's statue.
That is an extremely comfortable bench.
Such nice soft slats.
Tell me, Miss Brooks, what brought you to Old Madison today?
Old Mr. Conklin. That is, Mr. Conklin asked me to type some letters for him.
Yes, that's it. She's typing some letters for me.
But, I don't see any typewriter in here.
Well, it's in the next room.
In the next room?
I have very long arms. But now that we've finished, Mr. Conklin, why don't you drive Mr. Stone home instead of remaining in this stuffy old, empty old school?
A splendid idea. Come along, Mr. Stone.
Not so fast, Osgood. There are several things that... what's that? There must be someone loitering in the hall.
Impossible. There's no one in school today.
But I'd swear I just saw that doorknob turning.
Turning into what?
And what's that? Swirling in under the door.
Oh, that's nothing but smoke.
Yes, that's all it is. Just smoke.
Oh, of course. That's all it is. Smoke.
Smoke! Good heavens, the school's on fire.
Let's get out of here. Follow me.
Oh! The doorknob came away in his hand.
Oh, let me help you up, Mr. Stone. Mr. Stone? He fell on the back of his head, Mr. Conklin. He's unconscious.
Quick, Miss Brooks. Crawl through the window, run around, and open the door from the outside. I'll try to revive Mr. Stone.
Yes, sir.
Smoke's getting pretty thick in here. I can hardly see you, Miss Brooks.
I can't see you at all, Mr. Conklin. I never could.
Gosh, Walter, we've been fanning smoke under that door for 5 minutes now, and he ain't rung the fire alarm yet.
Relax, Stretch. With the fog he's in, it'll take him a little while to notice the smoke.
You don't think Mr. Conklin has become expixicated, do you?
No, that would be too much to hope for.
But if he is expixicated, maybe we ought to open the door and haul him out of there.
Please, let's not spoil a perfectly good expixication.
Miss Brooks!
We're cooked.
Oh, it's not a real fire, Miss Brooks. It's just dry ice and water, see? We were trying to get Mr. Conklin to ring the fire alarm so we could escape from school in the confusion. Oh, there's a lot you can do on Saturday on the outside.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, now that you caught us, what are you going to do?
Hand me that newspaper. I'll fan the smoke for a while.
Gee, you're a swell sport, Miss Brooks. You think you'll ring the alarm pretty soon?
Maybe he needs a little encouragement. Keep up your courage, Mr. Conklin. I'm fighting my way through the flames.
You're right, that old Marblehead.
Go ahead, Miss Brooks. Scare him some more.
I'm trying to reach you, Mr. Conklin, but the heat is terrific.
Perhaps I could get you a nice, cool lemonade, Miss Brooks.
Oh, not right now, thanks. I've got to keep fanning this dry ice and
Now, Miss Brooks, if you're quite finished fighting your way through the flames...
You got here in the nick of time, Mr. Conklin. I just put the fire out.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I better be getting back to my classroom now.
Yeah, me too.
Stand where you are, you culprits!
Why, Mr. Conklin, you should thank these boys for what they've done.
Thank them?
Certainly. When Walter and Stretch realized the trouble you'd get into with Mr. Stone, they took this means of detaining him until the students were cleared out.
Sure. As long as Mr. Stone is locked in there, you're safe.
Hand me that newspaper. I'll fan the smoke for a while.
Here you are, Mr. Conklin.
Pour some more water on that dry ice, Snodgrass. You, Denton, see that all the classrooms are emptied and report back to me.
Yes, sir. I'll clear them out nice and flat.
Mr. Stone will have to get up pretty early in the morning to outsmart old Marblehead. I'll be promised.
I don't think you're getting enough smoke under the door, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, well, this newspaper's too flexible. Get me something firmer to fan the smoke with.
Perhaps you'd like to use my hat, Mr. Conklin?
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Thank you. That should work much better than this. Thank you, Mr. Stone!
Mr. Conklin, I will discuss this matter with you privately in your office.
But, Mr. Stone...
Follow me, sir.
Oh!
Mr. Stone!
The doorknob came away in his hand again. Mr. Stone, say something. He's unconscious. Miss Brooks, what do I do now?
In an emergency like this, there's only one thing to do. Run, do not walk to the nearest employment agency.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives Kay Dumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream Shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to our luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, after Mr. Stone knocked himself out for the second time, I did some pretty fast thinking and came up with a desperation tactic. Recalling his remark that he had dozed on a park bench, I enlisted the aid of Mr. Boynton, and we hauled the head of the board over to the statue of Paul Revere.
Oh, he's still out cold, Miss Brooks. I'll try the smelling salts again. There.
Put them away, Mr. Boynton. He's coming to. Wake up, Mr. Stone. Wake up.
Huh? What's that? Oh, Miss Brooks. About that fire. If you'll step into Mr. Conklin's office... Mr. Conklin's office? Where is it? Good heavens, the school is burned down.
School? What school?
Now, listen, Miss Brooks. When I first saw you today...
Today? Why, I haven't seen you in 2 weeks, Mr. Stone. Since there was no school today, Mr. Boynton and I decided to stroll through the park.
Yes, sir. And when we saw you dozing, we thought we'd better awaken you before you rolled off that bench.
Bench? What? Oh, I do remember stopping to rest, but Oh, what a nightmare I've just had.
Maybe you'd better go home and get some real rest, Mr. Stone.
Excellent suggestion. I'll go right home and... Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
How did I get this doorknob in my hand?
Doorknob?
Oh, that. That must have fallen from Paul Revere's statue.
From Paul Revere's statue?
Of course. With the British coming, he was in an awful rush.
Next week, tune into another Amos Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Bill Johnstone, and Leonard Smith.
Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials using nothing but Palmolive brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap. Each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Today, more than ever before, America's security depends upon us as individuals. And if we really care what happens to us, our children, our country, we must at any cost defy vicious racial and religious biases from those around us. For unless we do, we will be a people divided, our claims of freedom and democracy only empty gestures. Let's work together as a team to keep the freedom we all enjoy.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Raleigh Cigarette Program, starring Red Skelton, Dave Rose and his orchestra, our singing star, Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGee, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. From Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, we present the star of the Raleigh Cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Rod?
Well, Red, what are you so sad about?
Haven't you heard? Henry Morgan's losing his sponsor.
Well, why should you be sad about that? He's so funny, he'll probably get another sponsor right away.
That's why I'm worried. Might be my sponsor.
Why, Red, you know Mr. Raleigh thinks of you as a brother.
Yeah, every week after the program, he says, "Oh, brother."
But you're doing fine. Why, last week you were asked to entertain the Marine Corps at their 172nd anniversary. Mm-hmm. Did they like the act you put on?
Well, yeah, and in the middle of... I'd like to punch the guy in the nose that told me that would get a laugh. In the middle of my act, I heard one sergeant say, "Look, we took Saipan, we took Guadalcanal, but, brother, we don't have to take this."
Well, did anybody ask for your autograph?
One guy, but I turned him down.
Why? Was he the recruiting officer?
He was the recruit. Hey, wait, that's mine. That's red, don't it? How do you like that? He can't think of an ad-lib, so he reads my joke. Hey, what's the news? What's the news of the day? Walter Kiernan wasn't on today. I was a little disappointed. I don't know what's going on.
On a vacation. He's got a sub.
Oh. Defensive sub, huh?
Yeah. Well, what's new, you asked, Red? They're talking about dividing Los Angeles into 5 boroughs with separate local governments.
5 boroughs, huh? Well, there's a jackass out in my neighborhood. That'll make 6, you know. They want Milton, they can throw him in, too.
Well, say, did you notice where the Davis Car Company of Van Nuys successfully produced the first 3-wheel automobile?
Well, that's a step in the right direction, but it's not far enough, you know.
How do you figure that?
Well, the odds against the pedestrians are still 3-2. Hey, have you heard about my new invention? I've got a new invention. It's called the California Pedestrian Fountain Pen.
Really?
Yeah, it writes under automobiles. What else is in the paper, Rod?
Well, Red, did you know that last week California had the coldest November day in 36 years?
Yeah, I know. I woke up, my canary was wearing the cat around the house.
Now, listen.
Clem! Ronald Connor's on.
Just a minute, Mrs. Cadet Hopper. I'm about to tell our listeners about the revolutionary moisturizing process that makes the new Raleigh 903 such a wonderfully rich, full-flavored, yet milder smoking cigarette.
Well, now, Mr. O'Connor, you go right ahead.
Okay. Listen to this jet of fresh, pure moisture.
Clem!
It's moisturized.
Mr. O'Connor, are you calling my boy Clem a drip?
Well, of course not, Mrs. Cadet Hopper. I'm only telling folks that the all-new Raleigh 903s are moisturized to cut down those throat-irritating tars, present in even the finest tobaccos. But no other leading cigarette gives you less throat irritants.
Why?
Because they're moisturized.
You said that.
Of course I did. That's what a jury of 14 distinguished doctors says about the new Raleigh 903. No other leading cigarette gives you less throat irritants.
Mr. O'Connor, a jury of distinguished doctors came to see Clem when he was a young'un.
Really? What did they say?
Don't you believe it.
And now here's our beautiful Anita Ellis, who will sing her latest Mercury recording, Gold Earrings.
There's a story the gypsies know is true, that when your love wears golden earrings, he belongs to you. An old love story that's known very few. But if you wear these golden earrings, love will come to you. By the burning fire, they will glow with every coal. You will hear desire whisper low inside your soul. So be my gypsy, make love your guiding light, and let this pair of golden earrings cast their spell
Thanks, Anita. That was really beautiful. The Skelton Scrapbook of Satire. He's got termites in the drumsticks now. Chapter... You feel better, Noisy? Huh? Chapter 10 is entitled The Honky Tonk Photographer.
Gee, ain't it nice, Willie, walking along the boardwalk? You like it?
No, I don't. People bumping into me all the time, they get me perturbed, they do.
Now, Willie, I'm not going to get mad at you tonight. This is our wedding anniversary, and this might help us recapture our love. Oh, look, a fun house. Let's stop and look in these trick mirrors.
Now, they always make you look like something you're not and glad you ain't.
Look at the way I look in this mirror. My head looks square and my feet look like they're growing out of my ears.
I got news for you.
That is not a trick mirror.
Oh, look, Willie, a photo gallery.
Yeah.
They only charge $1.
Yeah, Glamour Photograph Studio. Our prices are reasonable. You've let others take you, now give us a chance. Sounds logical.
I wonder if I'm still as photogenic as I used to be.
You were photogenic? Don't make me laugh. I should have gone to the wedding. You know, you're so ugly you have to sleep on your face all night to keep from scaring the covers so much.
Look, Ziegfeld, if you think I'm so ugly, why did you marry me?
Who said you were ugly?
You did.
I said you were ugly?
Many times.
You ought to be convinced then.
Willie Lumplum, that wasn't nice. I'm not so bad looking. After all, beauty is only skin deep.
Yeah, but homely is clear to the bone.
Let's go in and get our picture taken. It only costs $1.
I don't have $1.
Well, I've got a $10 bill in my stocking. I'll get it. Well, Willie, you haven't whistled at me like that since we were married.
I wasn't whistling at you, kiddo. I haven't seen a $10 bill since we got married either.
Oh, now stop stalling. Do you want to have pictures made or not?
Well, truthfully, I look a mess today, you know. The circles under my eyes are so big my nose looks like it's riding a bicycle. Well, now, let's read what's written here. The circles under my eyes are so low, it makes me look like I'm wearing a Mustang. The bicycle's got it. Come on, Double Ugly, come on.
Oh, Willie, you can't mean that. I can't be too bad. Why, before we were married, you used to spend at least 20 minutes kissing me goodnight.
Well, I had to pass the time until the bus come, didn't I? Come on, we'll go in. If it'll make you happy, we'll get our pictures taken.
Well, welcome to Glamour Studios. Do you want your pictures taken?
You don't do embalming here, do you? If you do, you can take that circle joke that died and bury it. Certainly we want our pictures taken.
Well, do you want something in the comedy vein, or did you bring some other clothes with you? Hey, Mr. Clark.
Yes, Mr. White? Oh, is it Halloween already?
No. No, these two want their pictures taken. Before you focus the camera, you better put safety glass lens in to keep it from shattering.
Put a mic out there. Somebody's reading the lines with you.
I said before you focus the camera, you better put safety glass lens in to keep it from shattering.
Roger, right over here, folks.
Now, what background would you like to be photographed at? The Honeymoon Express? The bar room?
That sounds good.
Or maybe the Horse and Shade?
The bar sounds good.
Don't you have something to fit my personality?
You want something to fit your... You don't want to pose peeking out of a gopher hole, do you?
Why don't you play the game DDT?
DDT, what's that?
Drop dead twice.
All right, friends. Now, sit right over there. That's it. Now, let's see how you look through the camera.
Okay. Hey, let me take a look through. I've always wanted to look through one of these things.
Okay. Look through this glass right here.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Just a minute. What are you trying to pull? All I see is my wife in there. I'm not even in the picture. Hey, a white guy or something?
Naturally, you're not in the picture. How could you be in the picture when you're standing behind the camera here?
Let's not change the subject,
Look, you want a profile picture?
Yes. Get my legs in.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
You used to tell me that my legs reminded you of Grable.
I said Gable. Gable's legs are back and you got them, I said.
All right, now, sit down next to her and put your arms around her.
Okay.
Now I shall open the shutter.
Hey, what are you doing to that rubber ball with a hose on it? Look, Rembrandt. If you squirt water in my face, brother, you're gonna get it.
Look, take it easy.
You take it easy, Mac. I don't want to get my suit wet, see? I don't like practical jokes, see? This is one of those post-war suits. I wore the other one I got the other day in the rain, and the pants shrunk so bad I had to trim the shorts.
Hey. Could you two get a little...
Here, we'll make up something.
Please, could you two get a little closer together? A little closer? Closer? That's good!
Shall I turn my head toward her? I'm on the other side of her now.
Yeah, look at me. And take your big feet off my lap.
My feet ain't big.
No. You're the only fellow I know who's taller lying down than standing up.
Look, lovey-dovey, your tootsies ain't so tiny either. I stepped on your toes at the dance last night, and you didn't feel the pain till we were driving home. I think the big you have to use ironing boards for inner soles. Back out of the room to admire the rug. Feet jokes don't go, I'm sorry I said...
If you please, can you turn your shoulder a little to me, madame?
She ain't got no shoulders. Her neck sticks out of her hips. I still don't get it.
When you get home.
Oh, that's a good one, isn't it?
Look in the camera here. Yeah. All right, careful, smile. Yeah. Now watch the birdie. Yeah. Hold it! Oh, you broke my camera. You You broke my camera!
Oh,
You broke my...
Listen. That sound of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to cut down throat irritants. Yes, it's moisturized to cut down those throat-irritating tars present in even the finest tobaccos. A jury of distinguished doctors says this about the new Rolly 903. No other leading cigarette gives you less throat irritants.
Yes, Rolly 903 is moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process to cut down throat irritants. That's why Rolly 903 brings you a rich, full-flavored, yet milder smoking cigarette.
Smokers follow the lead of Ella Raines, featured in Nunley Johnson's Universal International picture, The Senator Was Indiscreet. Miss Raines says, quote, I've changed to the new Rolly 903. Because it's moisturized, it tastes better and it's milder to smoke. Unquote. So do as Ella Raines does. Smoke Rolly 903. Moisturized to cut down throat irritants. Remember, it's moisturized to cut down throat irritants.
And now Dave Rose and his Rolly Cigarette Orchestra play Orpheus on Vacation, or Vaudeville is Dead. Well, that was Orpheum, wasn't it? Chapter 2 of The Little Boy and His Dog. Now, come on, puppy dog, come on. I'm going to feed you. It's almost time for supper, see? Now, I feed you now, and then you won't eat so much when Grandma feeds you, and then you'll think you're a big eater, and you can stay, see? Now, come on, you sit down by here, and I open up the icebox now. Now, stay there. Right 25. Left 29. Right 10. I changed the combination again.
Now I caught you raiding the icebox between meals.
Well, who, me? What makes you think I would do the trick like that?
Well, if you weren't, what is the ice bar door doing open?
The ice bar door? You want to try it again? You want to try it again, Elmo?
Yes,
My grandpa drinks so much that we got an ice bar instead of a box.
Junior, what is the ice box door doing open?
I don't know. I got the slightest idea. Maybe the widow man that works in the light in there has come and called you the phone.
Junior, there's no man in the ice box.
There ain't?
No.
There was this morning. Grandpa came home with the milk truck again. And he said he was to buy the milk. And to prove it, he put himself in the ice box with the other 3 quarts.
Now, you know that's not the truth.
Oh, no? Then this afternoon, why did you put him out on the front porch with the other empties? Why did he get homogenized last night? He said he was half cream, he was. Now, every time he mentions food, he barks. Look at it.
Goodness, he's the homeliest dog I ever saw. Get him out of here.
No, he's a valuable dog, he is. He's a gopher hound. Come on, make friends with me, Nemo. Come on, doggy, come on.
What's he growling at me for? I'm not a gopher.
Well, I don't know. You can't fool a dog. If he growls at you, you must be a gopher. A gopher.
Get him out of here. What, he's the silliest looking dog I've ever seen.
Listen to him sing. Listen to him sing.
Just listen to that. He sounds like a tired coyote.
Please, not so loud. I know he sounds like a tired coyote, and you know he sounds like a tired coyote, but he thinks he's a tired Hildegard.
Well, you can't keep him.
Oh.
Where would he sleep at night?
On me bed.
Junior, that's not healthy.
I won't breathe in his face. Why, his mouth is big and dark. I wonder if there's a light goes on inside when you close it.
Well, why don't you stick your head in and see?
Yeah. Oh, no! I ain't putting me little thinker between his choppers, boy.
Well, I'm glad to hear you realize the danger of a strange dog.
Danger?
Yes. He might bite your head and break his teeth.
Yes. Oh, you sure does love me, don't you, huh?
Now, that's enough of your foolishness. Put him out and let him find his way home.
Oh, please, Nemo. Please let me keep the widow doggy, would you? I don't have anyone to play with. And the widow dog would be so much company for widow kitties like me. More people should get widow dogs for their widow kitties. And that way they take care of him and they will learn responsibility, see? If you let him run the street, somebody will get him for vivisection or something, you know? And I could keep him here and you can explain to me, Mummy, how much I love the puppy dog. And I'll be good to him, Nemo. Please let me keep the dog. Would you please let me keep the dog?
Oh, you know I'm a sucker for that Betty Davis act.
Yeah.
Get up. Get up off your knees before the dog bites your ear. Raw meat makes puppies sick.
Yes. Hey, you can't know it. He's scratching. What's wrong with him?
He's got a bite. He's got fleas.
He has?
Yes.
I want some, too.
You don't want fleas.
Yes, I does. Then you could buy some flea soap for me. I want 1,000,000 fleas just crawling all over me and bite me until you had to soak me in coal oil, kerosene, you know. Then you could light a match and burn them all up at once. Me be the flaming torch running around with little barbecued fleas hopping off of me. Oh, no.
What's wrong?
I scared me, John.
Poor baby.
Yeah, poor baby.
Bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless your heart.
Stop crying.
No, don't cry. Yeah, can I keep the dog?
Oh, I guess you'll keep your mind off of so many things to do.
Yeah, trusting old soul, ain't you?
Go outside and play.
Okay, come on, puppy, come on. Now, let's see. What can we do? It's so early in the morning. Let's shake the tree and see if the birds are asleep. We'll wake them up. When Junior wakes up, everybody wakes up. Oh, look, there's somebody crawling through Mr. Fowler's window over there. Well, I'll show Nemo what a good watchdog you is. Sick him, Nicky. Sick him. Go get him.
Junior, it's me, Mr. Fowler. I got locked out of my house and I've got to go through a window.
Get him.
For goodness sakes, Junior, call that dog off. Can't you see it's me, Mr. Fowler?
I'm sorry. I don't have any bifocals on. Sick him, boy.
Your dog's got me by the leg of my pants. Call him off and I'll give you a big piece of pie.
Apple pie?
Yes, it's apple
with
pie.
Cream on top of it?
Yes.
And cheese on top of that?
Yes.
Wouldn't eat the stuff.
Junior, the dog is pulling on my new pants. I've never worn them before.
Yeah, you never going to wear 'em again, either.
Junior, what are you doing? Good heavens, get that dog off Mr. Fowler.
But, Namo, they is good friends. Look how attached they are to each other.
Come here, Nicky. Junior, why did you let your dog attack Mr. Fowler? He wouldn't have done it if you hadn't ordered him to.
Well, I thought Mr. Fowler was a burglar. He was breaking in his house. I thought he was a burglar.
A what?
Well, help me out. I can't say it.
Burglar dog.
That's what I said, a burglar. Burglar. Yeah, I wanted to prove that Nicky was a good watchdog, you know.
A watchdog, eh?
Yeah.
Well, he can watch you get a spanking.
No.
Now, you come here, Junior.
No.
Over my knee.
You lay a hand on me, and you is in trouble.
In trouble?
I will tell on you.
You will tell what?
I know plenty, and I will tell. I will tell everybody that you used to be Buxom Burner. The lady wrestler you was.
I was no such thing.
Oh, no?
No.
Hey, Werner, do you think you could beat Toho Harriet?
Well, just put her in the ring with me, and I'll strangle the dog. Junior.
Huh?
Either you take your punishment or the dog will have to leave.
Okay. I got it coming to me, and I should get a whipping. And anybody that got a little dog and he goes around sticking it on people like that, he should. Don't go. It's got to get better. Anybody that has a little dog and he sticks it on people like that, then he should get a whipping. He should whip him until he couldn't stand up. Yeah, and he shouldn't play in the streets with him either.
Of course he shouldn't.
Well, I see you still going to whip me, huh?
Yes, I am.
Can't talk me way out of it.
No, you can't.
You awful sweet now, Ma.
Junior, bend over.
If we don't stall like this, we're going off the air 5 minutes early. Okay, come on, Nicky. Come on. What I'm going to do it for you. Okay, now, Ma. Blaze away. You see, puppy dog, it's all your fault. Stop licking my face, will you? Stop licking me face. The licking I'm getting at the other end's bad enough.
Thanks for being with us tonight. We hope you liked our program well enough to do this again next Tuesday night. So until next Tuesday.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now. Thanks for listening, and thanks for buying Raleigh cigarettes.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
The brand of grand aroma. Keeps home sweet home.
It's Sir Walter Raleigh, sooner or later your favorite tobacco.
Yes, a favorite with college men, servicemen, businessmen. Men everywhere who know and appreciate quality pipe smoking. Smoke Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
We always invite you to other good listening throughout the week. Listen to People Are Funny with Art Linkletter next Friday, and join us again with Red Skelton next Tuesday.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Danceable rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the sweet and swingy songs of Connie Haynes, and that very familiar roly-poly figure whose sweet, mellow voice whispers... The Los Angeles Railroad Station, back home again. Those zestful zanies and screwy stars, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Hollywood, last stop, all out for Hollywood.
Hello, Bud. Welcome, Costello. Welcome home. Boy, it's good to see you. How was your train trip?
Oh, Abbott, what a trip.
What do you mean?
I was seasick all the way from Chicago.
Seasick?
Yeah.
Seasick? How could you be seasick on a train?
Oh, I was sitting between two waves.
Well, everybody's glad to see you back, Costello. Hey, look at those 5 beautiful girls over there waving their handkerchiefs at you.
Oh, they're waving their handkerchiefs at me.
Yeah.
That's the first clean laundry I've seen in 2 weeks. You thought I lost my place, huh?
I beg your pardon, are you Mr. Costello?
That's me.
Allow me to officially welcome you back to Hollywood. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Who are you, the mayor?
No, just another bum.
You know, it's nice to be home among your friends.
Yes. But, say, tell me, Costello, how did you enjoy your visit up to your Uncle Marty's farm?
Oh, it was great, Abbott. I spent the whole summer taking care of the pigs. Those little pigs loved me like a little brother.
Well, I can understand that.
See, Abbott, those little pigs were cute, but the big pig was afraid of them.
The big pig was afraid of the little pig?
Yeah, the little pig used to chase the big pig all around the pen.
No.
And then until he fell down.
Yes.
And then the little pigs would jump on the big pig and chew all the buttons off his vest. Hey, I didn't warn you.
Look, how about the crops? Did you have anything to do with the crops?
Oh, I got crops every night.
No. No. I mean, did you help with the planting? Did you sow the seed?
Did I what?
I said, did you sow the seed?
I didn't even know it was ripped.
Wait a minute. When I say sow, I don't mean sow, S-E-W. I mean sow, S-O-W. Sow.
For what?
Sow the seed. You see, you've got
the seed.
Yeah, you've got to sow the seed before you reap it. You sow it first and reap it later.
Now, what kind of talk is that? I used to reap my seed first, and my mother would sow it later.
Look, Costello, when I say reap, I don't mean reap like rip when you rip. I mean reap like you reap when you sow.
Oh! When you say reap like you reap when you rip, you don't mean rip like you rip when you reap. You mean reap like you reap when you sow. So?
Now you've got it.
Now
you've got it.
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Look, Costello. Look, I'll try to explain. I'll try to explain what sow the seed means. Suppose you were planting tomatoes.
To what?
Tomatoes.
Oh, why do I have to wait till tomato? Why can't I eat them and plant them today?
All right. So you're planting tomatoes today. Now, when they grow up, what do you do with them?
I eat them.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Now, you can't eat all of them.
Oh, why not? They're my tomatoes. I planted them. I'm going to eat them.
Now, wait a minute. You can't eat
They're my tomatoes.
You can't eat all those tomatoes alone.
Well, I don't eat them alone.
Oh, that's better.
I put salt and pepper on them.
Look, you dummy. You've got a whole feed of tomatoes. You can't possibly eat them all, so you eat what you can, and what you can't eat, you can.
Sure. I mean, could I have that again?
Certainly.
Only this time, spread it out.
All right, look.
Let me get a good look at what you're saying.
All right. Now, look.
Make it good, because we got stiff competition.
All right. Look. You've got all those tomatoes. Now, you eat what you can, and what you can't eat, you can.
I can what?
What you can.
I can what I can't.
That's right.
Look, I'm willing to forget the whole thing, brother.
No, you don't. I'm trying to tell you that you don't eat...
Let's go back to soda reap.
Now, listen, wait a minute. No, we're not going back. We'll stick to the tomatoes. I'm just trying to tell you that you can't eat all the tomatoes. You can only eat what you can, and what you can't eat, you can't.
You know, there's only one way to settle the whole thing.
How's that?
We'll throw away all the tomatoes and eat the can.
Costello, you're impossible. But let's forget about it. Come on, let's... Hey, wait a minute. By the way, did you make any money on the farm?
Yeah, here's my paycheck, $75.
Hey, that's fine. Just give me the check, and I'll sign your name on the back and deposit the check in my bank.
Oh, you can't do that. That's against the law. You can't sign my name on a check. That's forgery.
Forgery. Yeah, I know.
Forgery.
No, you mean...
You go to jail and leave.
No, you mean forgery. Forge.
Oh, forge.
Yes.
No, that's what me and my girl made last night.
You made forge?
We did, too.
You made forge?
We made forge last night.
What are you talking about?
We made chocolate-covered forge.
You talk sense.
With walnuts.
Look. Listen, Lou. I have a perfect right to sign your check. Now, as your partner, remember, I have power of attorney.
Well, remind me to have the power shut off.
Now, wait. Give me that check and I'll cash it and take my share.
I wouldn't do that if I was you, Abbott.
Why not?
Because if you take my money, you're going to wind up in a can. And when you're in a can, you can't eat and you can't can. Not even what you can while you're in a can. Because while you're in a can, you're in a fine fix, Abbott. So help me and please.
For their welcome home to Abbott and Costello, and for your listening pleasure, Freddie Rich and his orchestra play the nation's favorite tune, I'll Walk Alone.
Well, you've got $75 you made on the farm. We're going to find out what people are going to buy when the war is over.
Yeah.
And we'll invest your money in the thing that everybody wants the most.
How can you invest money in necking?
Oh! Come on, look. We'll make a house-to-house canvas.
Canvas?
Yes.
You mean we're going to make tents for people to live in?
Of course not. People don't live in tents.
How about the people on 10th Street?
No. Never mind. Hey, we'll start with this big house right here. Now, ring the bell and ask them what they want to buy most when the war is over.
But, Abbott, look, there's a sign on the door.
What's it say?
It says swing shift welder, day sleeper. Do not disturb. This means you. Police. I wouldn't mind it, but he's got police all underlined.
Oh, come. Pay no attention to the sign. Go ahead and ring the bell.
I know, but
ring the bell.
Okay. Well, go answer.
Yeah.
He ain't home. Let's go.
Come here. Go ahead and ring that bell. Go on.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Till I get over here.
Well, blubberhead, what do you want? I want to go home to my mama.
Good afternoon, sir. We'd like...
Afternoon? Do you mean you woke me up in the middle of the day? Can't you read that sign? Why, you fathead, I got a good notion to break every bone in your body.
Just a minute, brother. I dare you to strike my little friend.
Yeah, you heard him.
Yeah.
I dare you to strike his little friend.
Yeah.
I'm his little friend. Go on, strike me. What am I saying?
All right, Lordhead, you asked for it.
Abbott, I think I'll mark him down as doubtful.
Oh. Come on, pick yourself up, you coward. Hey, wait a minute. Look, there's a kindly-looking woman going into the house next door. Go ahead. Now, speak to her.
How do you do, madam?
Well, stand my girdle and call me anytime. It's a man.
Where?
Oh, you come in, Mr. Costello. You cute little snuggle bug. I've always been one of your greatest admirers. Oh, you don't know what seeing you on the screen can do to the heart of a young girl.
But I wasn't on the screen when you were a young girl. They used magic lanterns.
No, quiet.
Magic lanterns.
All right, quiet, please.
What do you know?
All right, quiet, Costello. Lady, we'd just like to find out what you are going to do when the war is over.
Why, wait till the war is over. Oh, let's dance, cute boy.
Look, lady, we just came here to ask you one question.
The answer is yes.
Abbott, let's go back to the welder's house. That's the first time I ever slammed the door in my own face. And listen, Abbott, I ain't knocking on any more doors.
No, don't be silly. Remember, Costello, we still don't know what to invest your money in. Let's try one more house. Come on.
Iron, sugar, and I always come in handy. Woo, woo, woo.
Hey, look, Costello, it's our old friend Kitzel.
Could be, yes. Well, what can I do for you, my happy chappy?
My friend Costello here is looking for a good place to invest his money for post-war security.
Oh, now you're talking my language, if that's possible. For $100, I'll take you in my clothing business as a senior partner. But I've only got $75. Come in, Junior.
Just a minute, Mr. Kitzel. First, we've got to know what kind of clothes you make.
Well, now, right here over my arm, I got a coat that I just now finished for Fieber McGee. And you know something? With this suit, I'm giving you free of charge 3 pairs of suspenders. I don't wear suspenders. Well, how do you keep up your pants? My stomach establishes a beachhead, and the rear guard holds it.
Oh, come on, Costello. We're wasting time.
Just a second now, boys. You haven't seen all my stock yet. Why, I got here toothpicks, candlesticks, and all kinds of knock-nicks, freezers, tweezers, and powder for your beezers, doorknobs, corn cups, and rubber plugs for bathtubs. Not to mention sickles, pickles, flags, tacks, the mirrors with cracks, glue, stew, and poo-poo to you. And the dawn comes up like thunder from the landlord.
Well, here's lovely Connie Haynes to sing one of the season's most popular tunes, Swingin' on a Star.
Would you like to swing on a star, carry moonbeams home in a jar, and be better off than you are? Or would you rather be a mule? A mule is an animal with long, funny ears. He kicks up at anything he hears. His back is brawny and his brain is weak. He's just plain stupid with a stubborn streak. And by the way, if you hate to go to school, you may grow up to be a mule. Or would you like to swing on a star, carry moonbeams home in a jar, and be better off than you are? Or would you rather be a pig? A pig is an animal with dirt on his face. His shoes are a terrible disgrace. He's got no manners when he eats his food. He's fat and lazy and extremely rude. But if you don't care a feather or a fig, you may grow up to be a pig. Or would you like to swing on a star, carry moonbeams home in a jar, and be better off than you are? Or would you rather be a fish? Fish won't do anything but swim in a brook. He can't write his name or read a book. To fool the people is his only fault. Though he's slippery, he still gets caught. But then if that sort of life is what you wish, you may grow up to be a fish. And all the monkeys on in the zoo, every day you meet quite a few. So you see, it's all up to you. You can be better than you are. You can be swinging
Freddie Rich and the orchestra played Jerome Kern's lovely hit song, Long Ago and Far Away.
Costello, will you settle down and go to sleep? What's the matter with you?
I don't know, whatever.
What's the matter with you?
Huh? Oh, I can't sleep, Abbott. I'm worried about how to invest my money.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Just look at you. You're letting us get on your nerves. Your eyes are all bloodshot.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Give me the mirror. Hey, what do you mean, Abbott? My eyes ain't all bloodshot.
They're not?
No, only the whites.
Listen to me, Costello. There's only one way to settle this. Tomorrow morning, we're going down to the bank and invest your $75 in war bonds.
I got enough war bonds now.
You can't have enough bonds, Costello. Bonds mean security for you and your family. Just think, you put $75 in a bond now, and in 10 years, it's worth $100.
Abbott, I think you got something.
Sure.
I'm going to go right down and buy bonds with the dough.
That's the way to talk. And now you can go back to sleep with tranquility.
Go back to sleep with tranquility? Yes. What's the matter? You want to sleep with me anymore?
No.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. I'll buy those bonds. I'll have a lot of money in 1954.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you into the future. The time is 10 years hence, the year 1954. The scene is the futuristic, prefabricated, air-conditioned home of Lou Costello. The mother speaks.
Cutie, darling, tune in on the television set. Your father and your Uncle Bud are on the air tonight.
Gee! Do I have to listen to them dopes again?
That's no way to talk about your Uncle Bud. Now, go ahead and turn on the program.
Good evening, folks. This is Ken Niles, bringing you the 197,000th broadcast of the current 1954 series, featuring those two old jolly men, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Why, look at you, Costello. Well, where have you been? Talk sense. Do you realize I'm trying to organize a baseball team?
Have you got that team together yet?
Yep. I finally got them together.
By Jiminy.
Yeah, but the players nowadays surely have funny names. For instance, who's on first?
Who is?
Yes.
Yes, what?
No, what's on second?
Duffy, why did you turn off the program?
Every week, the same thing. They haven't changed their jokes in 10 years. Gee, Mom, it's 6 o'clock. Hey, Mom, it's 6 o'clock. The planes are coming in from town.
There goes Mr. Sherman, the banker.
That's Mr. Hackett, the butcher. That's my
it's your Uncle Bud. Hello, Uncle Bud. Where's Lou?
Oh, he's working late at the office. His work has been piling up on him.
But I thought he just hired that new red-headed stenographer.
Yeah, that's why his work is piling up. Whatever happened to Ted Collins?
Will you be quiet? Oh, Uncle Bud, I hope you're staying for dinner.
Yes, I think I'd better. After all, it takes me 10 minutes to fly from Hollywood to Denver.
10 minutes? That's why you get Uncle Bud for buying that used rocket ship for months. What are we having for dinner tonight, Monty?
Porterhouse steak broiled in creamery butter.
Holy mackerel. Again? Hell, we never get nothing to eat but steak and butter and steak. It's driving me crazy. Why can't we have some of those new beans with zippers?
Come in.
Good evening. Is this the futuristic prefabricated air-conditioned residence of Mr. and Mrs. Costello?
Yeah?
I am Mr. Blank from the bank.
Thanks.
Back in 1944, Mr. Abbott and Mr. Costello purchased a number of war bonds. Those bonds have matured now, and I'm here to pay you off in cash.
Oh, isn't that wonderful, Uncle Bud?
It sure is.
Yeah, Uncle Bud. Now you can get that mink toupee you always wanted.
Now, if you'll just sign the bonds on the back, I'll give you your money.
There's my signature.
There you are. There's mine. And I'll also sign for Costello.
That's froggery. So my old man says.
And now, as you remember, the little boy here is the beneficiary on these bonds, so we'll have to have his signature.
Oh, of course. Cupid
Cut out the muss. I won't sign.
What?
I'm not going to sign.
You won't sign? How dare you say such a thing? The way you've been acting lately, I don't know what's gotten into you. What's the matter with you?
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
Oh, you just wait till your father gets here. Oh, Uncle Bud, snap on the Picoscope screen fuse at the back door.
Well, all I can see is the garbage can.
That's my pop. Hello, dear. Hello, Heather.
Hello, dear.
What an exciting day I had at the stock market.
Yeah.
7 up is up to 7 3/4.
Well,
I dear got up with that for something, haven't I?
yes. It's just the time, Costello. This man here is here to pay us the money on those war bonds that I talked you into buying 10 years ago.
And your son Cupid refuses to sign the bond.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. Oh, yeah? Yeah. Oh, yeah? Yeah. What a stubborn kid. I might as well talk to myself.
Lou, why don't you take Cupid into the bedroom and give him a sound thrashing?
Oh, I can't do that. I can't whip my son.
Why not?
I'm playing both parts. And in one part, it might hurt.
Here, use my revolver. You know the old saying, spare the rod and spoil the child.
Well, you people can yap all night, but I ain't going to sign no bonds until I know what my cut is.
Cupid, your daddy wants the money for you. He wants you to have a career and a fine education.
I don't care what... Excuse me. I don't want no education. I don't want no education. I want to be my Uncle Bob. I don't know what part.
Look, Cupid. If you'll sign the bonds, we'll give you all the money.
Well, I wasn't gonna. But you took me into it.
Well, folks, you've made a wise decision in turning the money over to the boy. Because you know, if anything should happen to the little fellow, all the money goes to the survivors. Get it? Well, good night, folks. Good night, you little...
Well, Lou, you heard what the man said. If anything happens to Cupid, all the money goes to the survivors. Do you get it?
Yeah, I get it.
And I get it.
And I think I'm gonna get it, too. Let me on it!
Blues, Tessa's Torque Song.
Here is a story about a gal. Folks called the thought she'd tip because she trusted. Her heart got busted. Love made her life a mess. I had a man. He was a good man. That is, you see, what I mean is I thought he was a good man. I had a friend, and she was a good friend. I told my friend about my man, 'cause I thought she was a good friend. Life was sweet, baby, didn't I have my man? World complete, and the fireworks began. Ain't got no man, ain't got no friend. I'll bet you can guess just exactly what happened. That was the end of my friend, the end of my man, and almost the end of me.
Thank you. Here's Abbott and Costello for a final word.
Thanks, Ken. Good night, folks.
Good night, folks. And I want to say good night to little Eunice in the hospital in Pittsburgh. Get well quickly, honey. Get well for Abbott and I.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is door. D-O-O-R.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
He's the egg the Easter Bunny brought. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who gets first crack at all that money?
We invited some steel workers and some icemen to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Iceman Ray Morgan and Steelman Dan Daniel. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, boys, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if one of you says the secret word, you divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Ray Morgan, you're the Iceman?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Where do you work?
Work for the Union Ice Company in Hollywood.
What do you do?
Oh, we make and deliver ice.
Oh. Well, how do you make ice?
Oh, we put water in tanks.
You're welcome, huh? You're sort of an American institution, aren't you? How many housewives still look forward to the Iceman every morning?
Oh, thousands of them.
Thousands? How many of them take ice? Now, Mr. Daniel, what sort of work do you do?
Steel worker.
You work at steel? You mean you're a crook? Now, why do you commit all this larceny?
U.S. Steelworks.
U.S. Steelworks. Yes. Are you married?
Yes, sir.
How'd you meet your wife? Did you steal her, too? Or?
Well, I met her on a blind date. I had a date with her sister, and I went out, and the fellows had me tingled up, and they tingled the girls up, and they tingled the girls up, and I get the one I was supposed not to get, and the one that I got. America girl.
You could work for the State Department. What is your job as a steel worker?
I'm an open hearth operator.
Open hearth?
I help the melter.
You help the melter, huh? At the smelter?
No, there's no smelter.
That's only when the melter's in a swelter at the smelter, is that? Why don't you have a smelter?
We don't have any pig iron.
Well, if you don't have any pig iron, obviously you have no use for a smelter, eh? Why don't you have pig iron?
We don't have any iron ore.
Iron ore what, huh? Iron ore hogs, or... Now, what do you do? How do you help the melter?
I up in charge of furnace.
Why does he charge the furnace? Why doesn't he pay cash for it? What do you charge the furnace with, Seltzer?
The charging ram.
You mean you have a trained goat? Now start from the beginning, will you?
The scrap is brought up in charging buggies, and we use the ram.
Brought up in what?
In charging buggies.
Charging buggies?
Yeah.
What is a charging buggy? I never heard of it.
That's electrically operated ram.
Oh. Well, you say you got my goat. I don't know about it. Okay, now you got now what happens?
Well, that's where I come in, really, is as a first helper. When we charge the furnace, well, I take over there and melt the scrap down.
Where does the word pig come from in connection with this?
Well,
you have to be hammy to make it, or?
Well, that's a good answer.
Frankly, you don't know, is that it, huh?
That's right.
You've been shoveling that Schweinerei into that furnace all these years? And you haven't the faintest idea why it's called pig iron, huh?
I know why it's called pig iron. It's
Why?
called put in a trough and
Put in a trough?
Yes,
Oh,
just put in a
now.
trough and
see.
cool down.
And the pig goes for the trough, is that it? Now, Rusty, if you had to do it all over again, would you go back into the steel business?
Yes, Mr. Marks,
Why,
I would.
Why would you?
Well,
I know the pig iron. I know that.
well, everything.
The trough, huh?
Everything that we have today is basically steel. Not everything, but most of it.
Not French pastry.
Well, steel is something that's here to stay, and all of these fine cars is made of the best steel, and you just can't get rid of it. That's the truth. 23 years for U.S. Steel, and it's been a fine company to work for.
Yeah.
That's true.
I hear they haven't got a quarter, huh? Well, let's forget about America's industry for now. In just 1 minute, you're going to work together for a chance at $1,500, which is more important.
When you stop in at any of the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers, it makes no difference how big or how small the service job to be done. The important thing is, these dealers appreciate your call. And to prove it, they make it their business to please you in every way they can. To do this, they offer you the benefit of not only the best tools and equipment, not only the factory-trained mechanics, but they offer you courtesy and a fair deal. Being courteous and thoughtful, being fair and square is their creed, their way of doing business. So, wherever you drive, remember, across this nation are more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers, each with an honest desire to serve you. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,500. Fenneman, bring them up to date on the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected sports personalities as your category. Is that right? Now, you have $20. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet?
$5.
In what sport is Sam Snead famous?
Golf.
Golf is right.
They have $25 now.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the 25 will you try?
Let's take 15 this time.
Okay.
15.
Doesn't agree with him. He's liable to hit him over the head with an ingot. In what sport is Jack Kramer famous?
Tennis.
Tennis is right.
They're climbing, Groucho. They have $40.
All right, you got $40. Here's how much you going to bet on this one. Here's your third question. How much of the 40?
$30.
$30. In what sport is Johnny Longden famous?
Horse racing.
Horse racing is right.
They're really climbing now. They have $70.
All right, now you got $70. Now, how much of the 70 are you going to try?
Sure. $70.
$70
The whole
you going
works.
to bet? In what sport is Ralph Kiner famous?
Baseball.
Baseball is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $140.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Stick around now. You may get the chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still door. Perhaps the next couple will say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a baby photographer and a young mother. And here they are, Mrs. Linda Sutton and Mr. Newell Morris. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, folks. And if one of you says the secret word at any time, you divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you see every day. Well, let's see here. Mr. Newell Morris, that must be you, huh? Baby photographer, huh? Where are you from, baby?
I'm a native.
How many babies do you photograph on an average day?
Oh, I snap around 10 or 15.
You go around snapping at babies? Well, at least you're a candid photographer. And Miss Linda Sutton, huh? A very pretty name and a very pretty girl, huh? Have you always been this pretty?
Ask my mother.
Well, drag her out, I will. Where are you from, Mrs. Sutton?
I'm from outside of Boston.
Where is outside of Boston?
Well, I'm just on the edge of the Cape.
Well, look out you don't fall off, huh? You're a young mother, is that right?
That's right.
How old are you, Linda?
I'm 27.
And how old is your baby?
Well, they were a year. Christmas Day. I have twins, twin
you
boys.
have twins, huh? And how old is your husband?
He's 28.
28? You know what a steel ingot is? Huh? You say your husband is in the steel business?
No, he's a lineman for the telephone company.
Which phone companies does he work for?
Well, there's only one.
No, that's not true. There are many phone companies. You ought to have your husband wise you up to some of these things. You can't just go on having twins, you know. There are other... In other words, he works for AT&T, is that it? How'd you meet him?
Oh, I met him. I was fishing for eels.
And that's the best you could do?
I come from a family of 6. I'm the only girl. I have 5 brothers. And they're always, my big brother...
Well, thanks for the warning, Mr. Sutton.
My big brother was going to... It was
Just how big is your big brother?
Well, I have 5. Any size you want, I got them.
Now then, we were on the eels, huh?
Well, my mother wanted us to go get some eels, not to eat, but just to feed our cats. We had 9 cats.
9 cats and only 5 brothers? That isn't even 2 cats apiece.
Well, anyway, my brother took me along so I could watch my little brother. Because as soon as I got there, my big brother went away. I think he went talking to some girls or something. So,
Really?
Then my other brother...
You mean he preferred girls to eels? Can't be much of a man, that fella, right?
And he came back in a little while, and he had this other fellow with him. And he says, hey, sis, this is Sutton. So he reached into the bucket that he had, and he pulled out this great big long eel, and he threw it at me. And I guess he meant me to catch it, but anyway, it hit me right in the face.
Is that considered romance in Massachusetts? Has strange customs in New England. Slapping a girl in the kisser with an eel, I never thought was just the right way to get introduced to a girl. Huh? Do you work, Mrs. Sutton?
Well, yes, I do. I have a part-time job as a chocolate dipper.
I beg your pardon. What did you say? What did you say you dip?
Chocolates.
You dip chocolates? Dip them in what?
Chocolate. I work with nuts. You take 3 nuts.
Mr. Sutton, don't think that I don't. I've worked with more nuts than you'll ever see. The girl tells me that she gets married because somebody slapped her in the kisser with an eel. Well, are you... Mister, I've been neglecting you, mister. This was such a fascinating saga of love in New England that I couldn't get away from it. You say you're a baby photographer, Mr. Morris?
That's right.
How do you go about taking a baby's picture?
Well, if they're about 12 pounds, well, you prop them up on a pillow to start.
But if they're under 12, what do? Throw them back? Are babies like adults in that you can occasionally have to retouch babies' pictures?
Oh, yes, you occasionally retouch babies.
Well, how do you do it, huh?
Well, you have to take out the bags under their eyes and straight hair.
You mean those kids have bags under their eyes? That's what they get for staying up all night, huh? Hitting the bottle. A lot of those kids are old soaks. Who takes the pictures in your family, you or your husband?
Well, I take them of him, and he takes them of me.
Well, that's the only way you can do it, huh? Unless you have arms 8 feet long. Well, who takes the best pictures, you or your husband?
Well, I do. The pictures he takes, they don't look like me.
What do you mean they don't look like you?
Well, last summer he took a picture of me in a bathing suit, and it didn't look like me at all.
Were you underwater at the time? What was the matter with the picture?
It was too light.
Give us the lowdown, Mr. Morris. What was the matter with the picture of Mrs. Sutton?
Must have been an overexposure.
Maybe that's why she was under the water. Well, I know all about snapping at babies. Now, let's see how snappy you two are with your answers. You're going to play You Bet Your Life for the chance at $1,500 of the DeSoto Plymouth question. You're on your $20 and the more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The Iceman and the Steel Worker earned $140.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected capitals of states as your category. Is that right? Now, you got $20. How much are you going to risk?
15.
What is the capital of Kentucky?
Frankfurt.
Frankfurt is right.
On their way, they have $35.
How much of the 35 will you try?
30.
What's the capital of South Dakota?
Pierre.
Pierre is right.
They're starting to climb. They have $65.
How much are you going to try?
60.
60. You don't care what he says anymore. What is the capital of Vermont?
Montpelier.
Montpelier is right. A New England guy.
Now they have $125.
No kissing until the show is over, huh?
The whole thing.
Okay.
Shoot it.
Rackaroon here, huh? You've got $125, and you're going to try for this one. What is the capital of North Dakota?
Bismarck.
Bismarck is right.
And they wind up a grand total of $250.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $1,500 question.
And now, a word from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Just a minute, Fenneman. If each dealer has a word, that'll be 3,000, and this is only a half-hour program.
Well, Groucho, actually words can't do justice to the skilled service you get when you drive your car into an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer's place of business.
In that case, this is the only program in radio that doesn't need an announcer.
What I mean, Groucho, is that one must experience how the skilled DeSoto Plymouth mechanics working with the finest equipment can save time and money on your car.
One must experience. Shouldn't we try to get a few more people into the DeSoto Plymouth dealers? Maybe 3 or 4?
Oh, you know what I mean.
So does everybody else. So on with the show. Who's ahead in the battle for the $1,000?
The housewife and the baby photographer are leading with $250, and the secret word is still door. We invited some Belgian war brides and their ex-GI husbands to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. and Mrs. Chico Tellez. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word while we're talking, you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Tellez, is that the way you pronounce it?
That's right.
Tellez, huh? You're a Belgian war bride. Where are you from?
I'm from Belgium.
That's just what I suspected, huh? I mean, what part of Belgium are you from?
From Molenbeek, Saint-Jean.
Is that anywhere near Brussels?
Well, you know, in a country so small, most anything would be close to Brussels.
Oh, I don't know. How about Detroit? That's pretty far from Brussels.
Yeah, I guess so.
You're the Belgian war groom, I presume, eh? Chico?
No, I'm
Hey,
not.
I used to have a brother named Chico.
Well, it wasn't me.
It wasn't you. Could be. Chico Tellez, huh? What kind of a name is that? That's not a Belgian name, huh? What nationality is
It's
it?
a Spanish name.
Where are you from?
Mexico.
I suppose you were married in Hungary, huh? What kind of work do you do, Chico? Are you in love happy?
I'm a student at Art Center, and I'm a photographer.
What sort of work did you do in Belgium before you were captured by Chico here?
I was secretary.
You were a secretary?
Mm-hmm.
What were you doing for Uncle Sam when you met Lillian?
I was in the Signal Corps in the photographic section. In the Army, of course.
Yeah. Were you right up front?
Naturally, I couldn't get out of there.
Do you have any little Brussels sprouts, Lillian?
Brussels. No, not yet.
You have a delightful accent, Lillian. You speak English very well for it.
Thank you.
How long did it take you to learn it?
About 3 years.
3 years. You're very quick to learn. Do you speak any other languages?
Yes, French and German.
I speak a number of languages myself, you know. Should we have a little conversation in Belgian?
In what?
In Belgian? Just you and I, yeah?
In Belgium? That would be impossible.
Don't you speak Belgian?
Nobody speaks Belgian. There isn't such a language.
Well, frankly, I don't speak it very well myself. Why don't the Belgians have a tongue of their own?
That's because there are 2 types of people in Belgium.
Men and women?
No, that's not what I mean.
They don't have men and women in Belgium?
Yes, they
You better
do.
clear up this whole thing, Lillian.
Well, yeah, they have men and women, all right. But what I mean by 2 types is that they have Walloon and Flemish people, and they both have a different language, see?
Oh, well, could you say something in Flemish? Could you tell me a short
Well,
joke?
I'm from the French part. I don't know Flemish very well.
Could you tell me a short joke in French?
In French?
Yeah.
Yes, I could.
Let's have one.
You mean in French right away like that? No.
Yeah, and then tell me what it means. Huh?
I guess I can get away with it. Well,
Well, clean it up a little, will you?
Connaissez-vous l'histoire du monsieur qui fut réveillé à 3 heures du matin par le téléphone à 3 heures du matin et il se rendit compte que c'était le mauvais numéro. Alors le monsieur à l'autre bout de la ligne s'excuse de ce que ce soit le mauvais numéro et de ce qu'il est dérangé. Alors il dit, oh, ça ne fait rien, de toute façon je devais me lever pour répondre au téléphone.
Chico, did you understand that?
Oui, monsieur.
He's really a brilliant linguist, this guy. Well, Chico, explain, and would you explain in English what she just told in French?
I think she can explain it better.
No, you Lillian, he's shoving it over on you, huh?
Yeah.
You tell me what you said, huh? Something about the telephone, I guess.
Yeah, there was something about it. Well, it's all about the telephone, in fact.
The what?
Well, it's about a story of the man that was awakened by the telephone ringing at 3 o'clock in the morning, and so he went to answer it, and he found out it was the wrong number. So the man at the other line excused himself and apologized because he had, waken him up. So he said, oh, it's all right, you're perfectly excused. I had to get up anyhow to answer the phone, see? So...
Well, if Leopold is smart, he'll never come back to Belgium. Now that you lived in California, Lillian, what do you think of Americans? And speak frankly, I'll probably go to jail, but it'll be worth it, huh?
Oh, you won't go to jail for what I say.
No. Well, how do American men compare with Belgian men as husbands?
Well, they're very different. Very different. You see, a Belgian husband is, he has an air of superiority, and he doesn't want to help his wife in the housework or anything like that, and he's just a boss, that's all.
Mm-hmm. And which system do you prefer?
Oh, I think America is a wonderful country for women.
And that's just who it belongs to, too. Chico, you were a sucker. You never should have left Belgium. Well, it's really been very interesting having you both here tonight, and I wish you a long and happy married life. Now, you're going to try for a chance at the $1,500 question. Beat the other 2 couples, and you win the chance at all that money. I can't tell you how much our other 2 couples won, but Fenham is going to remind our listeners.
The housewife and the baby photographer are ahead with $250.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected composers of operas as your category.
Yes.
All right, now you have $20. How much are you going to try?
Well, we don't want...
$10. Is that all right, Chico?
I suppose so.
All right, who was the composer of Carmen?
Ambroise Thomas? No. I got it wrong.
No, I'm sorry, it was Bizet.
Oh, yes.
They now have $10.
You were too busy to remember that, that's all. Well, now you've only got $10. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $10 will you try?
$5.
$5. Who was the composer of Lohengrin?
That's a good question.
Wait. Can I
Yes.
Wagner.
Oh?
Wagner.
Wagner is right.
Well, they're gaining their money back. They now have $15.
Chico, that was not only a good question, that was a good answer, too. All right, now you got $15. Here's your third question. How much of the 15 will you bet? And remember, either of you can answer this question, you know.
5.
You're going to bet $5, huh?
$10.
You're back in Belgium. He's the boss over there.
Yeah, I can see.
All right, who was the composer of The Marriage of Figaro?
Oh. Couldn't be Mozart, no.
Mozart is right. $25, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 25 will you risk?
15.
Who was the composer of Rigoletto?
Is it Verdi?
Verdi is right.
And they wind up with $40. And that means the housewife and the baby photographer with $250 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Three things you can always count on when you visit any one of the DeSoto Plymouth dealers: efficient service, courteous service, service at a fair price. These dealers are equipped and eager to give your car the very best in service, no matter how major or how simple a repair job. DeSoto Plymouth dealers have factory-trained mechanics who know your car inside and out, regardless of what make or what year it happens to be. And in the hands of these expert mechanics are the most modern tools and equipment made. In other words, you can always count on really top service when you drive your car in at the sign of any authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the housewife and the baby photographer, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question, Groucho.
All right, here's the lady with the eels and the chocolate dips, and we'll see how smart you are now. Here we go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. In the original Constitution of the United States, there are 7 articles. How many amendments have been added to the Constitution? You must tell me exactly. All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
22.
No, I'm it's awfully close. There are 21 amendments to the Constitution. I'm sorry, that's the correct answer, 21 amendments, so that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $250 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life. Presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. 2 great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week the big question will be worth $2,000.
I'd like to thank the readers of Radio Mirror magazine for voting our show the best of its kind on the air. Well, Bing Crosby's all tuned up and ready to go, so good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. If you can't control your temper, you can't control your driving. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's a few minutes past 12 o'clock as our scene opens now, and here in the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Gook. Since our friends aren't in the kitchen partaking of their noonday meal, it's our immediate inference that the meat's not done, which is exactly the case. Listen.
Sadie, I have issued my ultimatum for the last time. Repair above stairs, if you please, and pack your valise.
Oh, that joke gets tiresome.
Don't try to brazen it out, madam.
Mailman brought a postal card from Bess this morning.
And don't seek to evade the issue. I've been a weak, easy-going man in the past, Sadie, but I've come home to find the meat not done too often. You may take your clothes and a sum of money and quit the premises ere the sun sets in the heavens.
Same old joke gets tiresome after a while. Meat ought to be done in 15 minutes or so.
Aha! You come right out and admit the meat's not done. You stand there calmly and with no blush of shame and inform your poor husband that the meat is not...
Oh, stop, for goodness sake. Bessie says in her postal card they had a wind in Carberry that'd blow your hat off. Almost a tornado. Wind, snow, rain, sleet, and everything else. The sleet went to Walter's kneecap just like it always does. Suffered 2 days. Real sharp pains. I guess Hi,
people. Oh, that poor little boy.
What? Hi.
Come in, Rush. I say that poor little boy, there's no dinner for him. He must be told the meat's not done. I dread to see the disappointment on his baby face when he learns
Bring
his
the
mother...
postal card that's on the buffet, Willie.
Hear the big news?
Bring the postal card that's on the buffet.
Okay. You people hear the big news?
No. Somebody telephoned you right after you left for the office this morning.
Yeah, P.Z. Greach. He got a hold of me all right.
Who's P.Z. Greach?
A gink from Davenport, Iowa.
Got an awful sing-song voice. First I thought it was Ruthie acting the dunce. Mr. Victor, go up there. Where can I get in touch with Mr.
Brickmush man's in the hospital.
Did you bring the postal card?
Yeah. Brickmush man's in the hospital.
No.
Got taken to the hospital yesterday afternoon. I'm astonished you haven't heard about it. Bluetooth Johnson told me the news when I first arrived at school this morning.
What's the matter?
By George, Mom, you won't believe me when I tell you what happened.
Well, what happened?
He got his head caught in a revolving door.
Yeah?
I wouldn't believe Bluetooth for a while. See, I've been talking about guys getting their head caught in revolving doors for many years now. I've even learned to imitate guys getting their head caught in revolving doors. And here, by George, it goes to work and happens. You'd be interested in hearing the facts?
Yeah.
You know the Center Street entrance to Hamilton's store?
Yeah.
You know the revolving door that's there?
Yeah.
That was the scene of the tragedy.
Brickmush man badly hurt?
Badly hurt enough so they dragged him to the hospital.
He's not seriously injured, is he, Sam?
Seriously injured enough so they dragged him to the hospital.
I mean, he's not on the verge of death, is he?
He's on the verge of death enough so they dragged him to the hospital.
Oh, for Pete's sake, you sound like a parrot.
This is hardly the time to laugh, Gov. The Brickmush man is suffering from a deep scalp wound.
How deep a scalp wound is it?
It's a deep enough scalp wound so they dragged him to the hospital.
You do sound foolish, Willie.
Okay.
How sick is he?
I don't believe you people are really interested.
I asked you a question. How sick is the Brickmush man?
Sick enough so they dragged him to the hospital.
Have all the fun you want, Gov.
Will you answer my question?
The Brickmush man's deep scalp wound will keep him in the hospital 3 days. He's to be released day after tomorrow.
Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Got his head caught in Yampton's revolving door, huh? Well, that was silly. How'd it happen?
He stooped over to tie his shoe.
With his noodle poked in the revolving door?
Yes. He was about to enter Yampton, see? Just as he got one foot inside the little enclosure where the revolving door swings around, he noticed his shoestring was untied. So he stooped over to fix it.
And some half-wit coming out of the store didn't see anybody.
The half-wit coming out of the store couldn't see anybody. The brickmush man was stooped over. The half-wit was apparently in a hurry because the revolving door swung around 40 miles an hour. I guess the brickmush man let out a screech you could hear for 40 blocks.
My goodness.
It's a red-hot tragedy, no mistake.
It's going to be all right, though, huh?
His scalp wound will keep him in the hospital 3 days. He's to be released day after tomorrow. Thing that beats me is I've been talking about guys getting their head caught in revolving doors for years. Even I learned to imitate guys getting their head caught in revolving doors. And here, by George, it goes to work and happens. No, I wouldn't believe Bluetooth when he told me the news this morning. Bluetooth, I says, you're crazy. Bluetooth, I says, you're crazy. Bluetooth, I says, you're crazy. Bluetooth, I says, you're crazy.
Oh, stop. One suspects one's little boy not being any too bright.
Give me Aunt Bess's postal card.
Oh.
Meat's not done, I think.
I was so excited about the brickmush man, I never even thought of dinner. No, that's a fact. When Bluetooth Johnson come up to me at school this morning and give me the news, I wouldn't any more believe him than a horse.
What'd you say to him?
Bluetooth, I says, you're crazy.
You want to hear this?
Bess's postal card? Oh, boy. Read it out loud. Hurry.
What's that?
I'm dying to hear what she's got to say.
I wonder if when they receive postal cards from us, Walter puts on a sarcastic demonstration.
You wrong me, Sadie.
Dear sister-in-law, thought I would write and see how you are feeling. We are fine, and Walter's kneecap has been very severe on the twinges. We had a very strong wind in this part of the country that was almost a tornado. There was snow and rain and even sleet. Sleet, of course, goes directly to Walter's kneecap. He stayed home from the barber shop 2 days. Hope Victor and Rush are well. Is Uncle Fletcher settled yet, and does he like his new surroundings? Ask him why he don't write. Yuzi has learned to play a piece on the piano that takes 5 flats. Well, just a line. We'll get around to a nice long letter soon. Love, Bess.
The funny thing about the brickmush man getting his head caught in the revolving door was it didn't knock him unconscious.
Not the slightest little measly word or comment on Aunt Bess's lovely postal card. She went to all the work of sending.
A very high-class postal card. I enjoyed it very much. No, Gov, it's a fact. Brickmush man never lost consciousness for a minute. He sat on the sidewalk and howled.
Did he produce the same sound you produce when you give your imitation of a guy getting his head caught in a revolving door?
I suppose.
How's that go?
You've heard me do it.
Yeah, but some of the fine points escape me.
Someday I'm going to describe to Aunt Bess the nice reception her lovely postal card. She breaks her back writing and stamping and carrying to the mailbox gets around here.
Rush is going to imitate a guy getting his head caught in a revolving door.
Rush better learn to show a little consideration.
I enjoyed what Aunt Bess had to say, Mom. Sleep going directly to Uncle Walter's kneecap and all. Got a great kick out of it. And you'll see playing a new piece on the piano is fine.
Let's hear a guy getting his head caught in a revolving door, Sam.
I'm not as good at it as Russell Duncan.
Well, go ahead.
Well.
Hey!
Bravo, bravo.
If you ever heard Russell Duncan do it, you wouldn't give me a nickel.
On the contrary. Wasn't that a capital performance, eh?
Ish.
You'll discourage the artist.
You know what Bluetooth Johnson and myself are going to do this evening, Gov? Call on the brickmush man at the hospital.
That'll be nice of you.
Yes, it'll be nice of us, and also we'll get a lot of candy, nuts, and fruit.
How so?
The brickmush man belongs to 3 separate and distinct clubs around town. Whenever any member of these clubs gets sick, the rest of the members go together and send him junk. Peanuts, popcorn, glazed pineapple, chocolate bars, all such trash as that. The brickmush man won't have much of an appetite, see? Nobody feels like eating much when they're troubled with a deep scalp wound. Bluetooth Johnson and myself will go to the hospital and be admitted to the bedside. Good evening, Bluetooth. Good evening, Rush. Help yourself to an orange. By George, I certainly was sorry to hear about you getting your head caught in a revolving door. Yes, it was a great tragedy. Care for a banana? Bluetooth here and myself decided we'd stop in at the hospital and see how you were feeling. That was darn nice of you. How about a few raisins and soft-shell pecans? Say, thanks. Yes, it was a great tragedy. I said to my folks, I said...
What on earth are you talking about?
I'm describing the conversation I'll have with the brickmush man tonight.
Sound crazy as a horse.
Not at all. No, Sir Governor, it was a very strange thing. For many years I've been talking about guys getting their head caught in revolving doors. Even learned to imitate guys getting their head caught in revolving doors. And here, by George, somebody I know personally goes to work and gets their head caught in a revolving door. I wouldn't believe Bluetooth this morning when he gave me the news. I told him he was crazy. Bluetooth, I says, you're crazy. Bluetooth, I says, you're crazy.
Look, Harry, let me close my eyes and imagine I'm listening to the brickmush man who's just got his head caught in Hamilton's revolving door and is sitting on the sidewalk.
Okay.
And then you give your imitation.
Okay.
Shoot, I got my eyes closed.
Hey,
I can see the brickmush man as plain as day.
All right, fellas.
Mito?
Should be. Let's go to the kitchen.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Hello, Duffy, Tavern. What are you late, mate, to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Hey, did you see me picture in the paper with Pierre The Talking Dog? Well, what'd you think of it? The dog's collar looked cleaner than mine, huh? Duffy, that statement is a little embarrassing. Well, it happens I wasn't wearing a collar. How's business? Well, I told you we got a singing dog here. How would you expect it to be? Well, you're wrong. It's terrific. Yeah, and a good class of trade, too, Duffy. You know, the uptown crowd, the toilet water set. Yeah, the kind that order champagne by the maggot. Well, yeah, they can be nuisances. Like last night, the guy came in and ordered wine served at room temperature. What'd I do? Just brought it to a boil and served it to him. Look, Duffy, you know, as long as we're getting this kind of trade, I was thinking maybe we ought to put a canopy out in front. Well, it'll make the place seem soigné, you know, and... Instead of throwing the drunks in the gutter, we can lean them against the canopy, and it'll seem like they're waiting for a cab. Yeah, it'd be great when it rains, too, you know, in case one of our higher-class customers dives for a butt. He won't find it so soggy. Well, look, Duffy, I'm working on a very big idea. I'll call you back, huh? What's this big idea you're working on, Miss Archie? Well, I didn't want to tell Duffy, but I'm making arrangements for Pierre, the singing dog, to co-star with me on our own radio program. Oh, that's nice. Well, what you going to call it? John's Other Wolf? A dog on the radio. Why not? Victor did it with a phonograph. Look, how often do you get these crackpot ideas? No oftener than any other genius. Yeah, Betty, these things seem to hit me like lightning.
This is a new one. Lightning strikes the bug house. You a genius.
Don't take such a doubting attitude, Thomas. Just analyze me, Eddie. I got talent, imagination, sense of humor, brains.
Modesty?
That too. And the way I figure is if Pierre the Poodle can attract the dinner jacket crowd...
Now, wait a minute. That dog ain't attracting nothing but the straight jacket crowd.
What do you mean?
Well, all week long there's been people around here trying to sell you everything from a moose that whistles Yankee Doodle to an octopus that plays the bagpipe. Now, I can't take it no more. Look over there in the corner. A guy with a bear with dancers.
A dancing bear? You know, Eddie, I thought that was a customer.
Yeah, so did I, till I tried to help him off with his fur coat.
Well, you better get rid of him, Eddie.
Oh, maybe you better get rid of him. That bear don't seem to like me.
Why do you say that?
Well, first he ate the 35-cent dinner, and then he ate the 55-cent dinner, and then he just sat there looking at me.
Well, Eddie, it's only a bear. Don't let him throw you.
I ain't getting there enough for him to even pick me up.
Excuse me. Hello? What's that, lady? Yes, I'm the gentleman with the singing dog. You're a dancer, huh? You're training a parrot to take off your costume piece by piece? What have you trained him to take off so far? Is that all? Well, look, when you get him completely trained, call me up again. I think you're right, Eddie. We're starting to attract more freaks around here.
All right.
Oh, hiya, Finnegan. Where's Pierre the Poodle?
So he'll be around. He just had to stop by the post office.
Oh, the post office, huh? What's he expecting, a litter from his girlfriend?
He just went down at a Phyllis fountain pen.
Oh, has he been doing a lot of writing lately?
Oh, yeah. Everybody's been pecking him for autographs. Takes a lot of time, Arch. Last night, for instance, it was 2 o'clock in the morning before we got to bed.
Wait a minute. You and the dog sleep together?
He don't mind, Arch. Of course, it is a little tough sleeping with somebody that scratches you and rolls around all night.
Well, can't you do anything to stop it?
I'm trying. I promised Pierre I'd cut it out.
Look, Finnegan, are you sure that you ain't getting the rabies?
What do you mean, Arch?
Well, this ain't healthy. I think you're seeing too much of that dog.
Oh, don't worry. I'm in perfect health. Here, feel me nose.
That's what I mean. You better call in a veterinarian. You're starting to pick up the dog's habits.
You think so, Arch? Maybe I got a split personality.
Well, be careful of it. You ain't got enough to split with anybody. Now, listen, I want to talk to you about this, Pierre Finnegan. I'm thinking about putting him on the radio, you know. And I can see a big future for him. Radio, television.
What's that?
Television? That's sort of a modern version of the old-fashioned keyhole. It's where people all over the country can see you as well as hear you.
Oh. You mean I could go on television and people all over the country could see my face?
Well, that's one of the things that's holding it up. But in the meantime, we can make a fortune out of this mongrel Melchior. You see, if we could kind of...
Hello, Glamour Boy.
I beg your pardon?
So, you got your picture in the paper, didn't you? I suppose now you think you're famous.
I have always been famous. It's just that I've been keeping it to myself. And besides, if you think I'm famous now, wait till me and Pierre goes on the radio together.
Who bites who?
Nobody bites nobody.
Huh. You and Pierre on the radio. Who'd listen?
Plenty of people.
Only a bunch of jerks. But believe me, here's one that won't.
Miss Duffy, we will be flattered if you don't listen. I know the kind of programs you go for. That stuff like Joyce Jitsu, girl wrestler. Or young Dr. Killjoy. If there ain't a tear a minute, you ain't happy.
Oh, what's the use of standing here talking to you? It's a waste of time. If you'll excuse me, I have an appointment at the beauty parlor.
You never give up, do you? What are they going to try this time? Excuse me. Hello? Yes, madam, this is Archie. You heard that I was interested in animal acts? Well, what have you got? A skunk that what? Well, they all do. A skunk that imitates Hitler. Sorry, madam, we're all booked up. Try Hobby Lobby. Hey, Eddie.
Yeah.
Look, I got to get out of here. Now, if anybody wants me, tell them I'm indisposed. Eddie, you know, I've been thinking about a sponsor for this radio program starring me and Pierre. You know who's the logical man to sponsor it?
Let's see. Madman Month?
No. Duffy himself.
Well, 601.
Eddie. A program like this would really build up Duffy's Tavern. Here, read this sample commercial I wrote.
Yeah, let me see. You say, ladies and gentlemen, irregardless whether your radio is tuned in or not, listen to this. Are you tired of staying at home? Are you looking for a nice place to spend the evening out? Then come to Duffy's Tavern and spend the evening out.
Eddie, please, watch your infection.
Okay. It says, Duffy's Tavern is famous for its fine food and also its 35-cent blue plate. Excellent liquors can be had up until the legal closing hour, after which rum cake will be served from which the cake has been removed.
See, that's a very strong selling point, Eddie.
Yeah. It says, free drinks will be served to all men in uniform, providing they are Civil War veterans. Over 97. Do a dog have to read all this?
Oh, no, I read that part. Pierre just does the singing commercial.
Singing? Oh, this is worse than I thought. Where's the singing commercial?
Right there in the bottom of the page. Try it, Eddie. Go ahead.
Oh, no, miss.
Go ahead.
The tail waggers will hate me for this. Make Duffy's your home, and you'll never more roam. And the beer and the ale are a thrill, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the food that we serve you is swill. Swill?
Well, it ain't true, Eddie, but this is poetry, and I was stuck for a word to rhyme.
Well, you got one that made more truth than poetry. I'm afraid Mr. Duffy ain't gonna like this stuff.
Well, if he don't, we can sell it to somebody else. Duffy ain't the only fly in the ointment. I'll bet you that Cavendish, the undertaker, would buy this program in a minute.
And there, I'll go along with you.
Yeah. I think I'll give him a ring. Hello? Cavendish's undertaking parlor? Who's this talking? A customer. You just window shopping. Well, put Cavendish on, please. Funny what some guys will do on a day off, huh? Hello, Cavendish? Archie. Look, I got a business proposition for you, Cavendish. A radio program. Yeah. Well, I've been thinking about you for a long time.
He's been thinking about you for a long time, too.
Quiet, eh? Well, see if you can hear this program in your mind's eye, Cavendish. It opens up, see? I come on and I say, Cavendish's caskets are best by test.
Or ask the man who owns one.
Please, Eddie. And then after that, we have soft organ music. Your theme song, Look for the Silver Lining. Yes. Get it? Well, then we go into a little schmaltz to kind of put him in the mood for you, Cavendish. With a quiver in me voice, I gently remind the radio audience that they ain't gonna live forever. And what makes this part so beautiful is that underneath it, the dog is quietly humming Masses in the Cold, Cold Ground.
Yes, and that is very effective.
Oh, thank you, Eddie. Where was I, Cavendish? Oh, yes. Then in closing, I prefaced the whole thing with a terrific punchline. I say, friends, tomorrow, Father Time may be pounding his gavel, Why not see Cavendish today and beat the rap? Well, how does it sound to you? Not enough laughs, huh? Well, thanks, Cavendish. I'll call you back. Eddie, he's nuts about it.
Uh-huh.
Boy, this dog is going to be worth $1 million to me.
You? But this dog belongs to Mr. Finnegan.
Eddie, believe me, the dog would be better off with me. You know, them family things never work out. Wait a minute. Here they come now.
Hello, Art.
Oh, hi, Finnegan.
Art, you remember Mr. DePoodle, don't you?
Oh, sure. Glad to see you again, Mr. DePoodle. Thank you, I think. Look. Yeah, would you excuse me and Finnegan a minute? I'd like to have a word with him. Look, Finnegan, come here.
Yeah.
Look, you're pretty fond of this dog, ain't you?
Of course, Art. We're just like brothers.
Naturally. And you want him to be happy, don't you?
Well, sure.
Then you gotta sell him to me, Finnegan.
Why, Art?
Why? Because I can give him things. The material things that a dog needs. Things that you yourself never had.
But, Art, you forget one thing. I love him.
That's why you got to sacrifice for him, Finnegan. You want him to point a paw at you someday and say, but for that man, I could have had my own kennel.
Art, I see what you mean, and I think you're right. Every dog should have his day. How much will you give me for him?
$3.
Art, couldn't you make him just a little happier?
Okay, I'll make it $4.
Sorry, Art.
All right, $3.50.
Oh, you're beginning to talk my language. But you still got to keep going.
Okay, $2.75.
$2.50.
$2.25.
$2. Hey, wait a minute. Are we going in the right direction?
Finnegan, stop trying to welch. Here's the $2. Now go over there and tell Pierre that I'm his new owner.
Yeah, okay, Art.
Well, Eddie, shake hands with the owner of radio's newest singing sensation.
Miss Arthur, I've been thinking, do you think you can trust that dog standing in front of a microphone?
What do you mean, Eddie?
Well, a crazy dog like that is liable to say anything.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll have to take the chance. Hello? Yes, this is Archie. Huh? What's that, madam? You saw my picture in the paper with your dog. The dog was stolen. You're coming right down with a cop and throw me in jail. Hello?
What's the matter?
Eddie, what am I going to do? I've been stuck with a hot dog.
Well, now, here, you see, you can tell him you didn't really steal the dog. You was just acting as a fence.
No, they'll never believe it. Look, Eddie, what can they do to you for that dog napping?
Well, not much. They probably just send you to jail for a while.
Jail?
Well, yeah. You heard about them fellas trying to break out of Alcatraz?
Yeah.
It was just making room for you.
Oh, this is terrible. Now, Finnegan, please, all I'm doing is trying to sell the dog back to you. And I'm willing to give you your original $2 plus $4 besides.
Make it $3.75.
We ain't going through that again, I hope. Don't you understand? I'm giving you the dog back plus $4 more.
But, Arch, how can you make money that way?
Crooked bookkeeping. Now, please, here, take the $4.
Yeah, but what'll I do with all that money?
Who cares? Do anything with it. Take Pierre to the flea circus.
Not me, Arch. I don't want them fleas jumping all over me.
Well, then go enter yourself into a dog show. I don't care. There's only one thing you got to remember, though, Finnegan. If anybody asks you who owns the dog, you own him, not me.
Oh, so there you are, Archie.
Oh. Hello, Officer Clancy. The bottom of the bottle to you.
And the top of me nightstick to you. Archie, you're under arrest.
Just a minute. What's the charge?
There's no charge. This one is on the house.
Now, wait a minute,
Never
Clancy.
mind the argument. I'm taking you to jail.
That's the man, officer. Where is my dog, you thief?
Now, just a second, madam. Are you sure that I'm the man?
Of course I am. Your picture was in the paper with the dog. Let me look at you. Yes, you were the one on the left. Now, go ahead, officer. Go ahead, arrest him. And let's get out of here. This horrible place makes my flesh creep.
Well, it's too bad you can't get some of it to creep up where it belongs. Now, look, Clancy, I'm trying to tell you, this talking dog don't belong to me.
Talking dog. Don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. I raised that dog from a small puppy.
Well,
And
madam...
I've taken good care of him for years, been just like a mother to him.
I know, lady...
For 5 years, he was never out of my sight, and I can tell you right now, officer, that I never once heard that dog talk.
He probably couldn't get a word in edgewise. Look, lady, I'm trying to tell you, I didn't steal your dog.
Well, Archie, if you didn't steal him, who did?
Who?
George, is there anything I can do for you?
Finnegan, why don't you confess?
Okay, Arch. I did it.
Did what?
I don't know.
Then why are you confessing?
What was the original question?
You mean to say this is the man who stole my dog?
Madam, I didn't say that. I merely say to you that he has certain criminal tendencies.
Now, wait a minute, Archie. I've known Finnegan for a long time.
But, Clancy, do you know the real Finnegan? The Finnegan behind that horrible mask? The sneaky Finnegan? You know that paper towel rack in the back room that says, rub, do not blot? Do you know the Finnegan that blots?
Oh, just a second.
Oh, I know you're clever, Clifton. But I'm afraid this time they caught up with you. Look at him, Clancy. He's as guilty as the day is long. Look at his eyes. Look at the way they cross. Why do you think that is? Because they got to keep an eye on each other. And look at them nervous, shifty lines around the mouth.
Arch, I'm chewing gum.
A likely story.
Wait a minute. There's my dog now.
Oh, Pierre, I told you to stay under the table.
Oh, my poor little doggie, what have they done to you? Come to Mommy and... why, this isn't my dog.
Huh? It ain't?
No. My dog had a white spot on his back.
Lady, maybe we better get out of here before one of us goes nuts. I'll see you later, boys.
Oh, Finnegan, I guess I got you out of that one, didn't I? Finnegan, speak to me. Just a second. Hello? Oh, look, Cavendish. You thought it over and you'd like to buy the radio show? But first you want to hear the dog sing. Okay, I'll bring him right over. Look, Finnegan, I'll let you keep all the money I give you, plus I'll give you $2 more if you give me back Pierre.
Arch, I'm afraid this time it'll cost you $10.
Okay, you're robbing me, but here's the $10.
Okay.
Wait a minute, what was that last remark?
Oh, it's nothing.
What was it?
Well, Pierre merely says on account of the way you double-crossed me, he'll never sing another note as long as he lives.
Ow, ow.
And so we leave Duffy's Tavern for this week to return again, same time, same station, on our next time around. But right now, let's pay a visit to Roy Shields and Company, who are putting the finishing touches on their dress rehearsal in the adjoining studio. Let's give a listen, shall we?
Kurt Weill is remembered best, perhaps, as the composer of such refreshing ditties as Speak Low for the Broadway success One Touch of Venus. Now, here are the orchestra and Roy Shield highlighting another of Mr. Weill's brilliant works, this one from Knickerbocker Holiday, entitled September Song. Here is a case where the word revived is synonymous with the word refreshed. Roy Shield and the orchestra take a recently revived old love song and make of it a refreshing moment of music. Written in 1926, this melody is now the theme of the motion picture 30 Seconds Over Tokyo. It's Sweetheart of All My Dreams.
Our thanks to Roy Shields and Company for some mighty fine listening. Now it's about that time, so we'll just say don't forget next week, same time, for that familiar phone bell that tells us it's Duffy's Tavern, starring Ed Gardner as Archie the manager.
The Life of Riley, starring William Bendix. Well, last week, Chester Riley's son, Junior, came home with some wonderful news. During the night, there'd been a small fire in his school, announced to be closed 1 week for repairs. So, Junior and his pal Egbert Gillis decided to take advantage of the holiday by going to a Boy Scout camp near Lake Arrowhead. News of this decision soon reached the ears of their doting fathers, and Riley Sr. said,
I absolutely forbid it. Now, I don't want no arguments, Junior. It's time you learned that there's somebody at the head of this house, and the head of this house says you can't go. And I agree with your mother.
And in the house next door, Egbert Gillis' father said,
Egbert, I absolutely forbid it. Now, it's no use pestering me. Yesterday I forbade it, today I forbid it, and if you ask me tomorrow, I'll forbid it again.
Our teenage boys are persistent, and then Riley Sr. said,
Please don't go, Junior. I'll miss you. I see so little of you. I thought this next week we could pal around together, so don't go. I'll double your allowance. I'll triple it. I'll quadruple it. Just think, Junior, 40 cents a week.
Next door, Gillis said,
Egbert, sweetheart, you don't want to leave your papa. Look, if you stay, I'll buy you a nice present, something unique. I'll get you a brand new lawnmower.
The boys were stubborn, so finally each father had to put his foot down.
I don't care what your mother says. You can't go, Junior, and that's final. My head's made up.
It's no use begging, Egbert. I said you can't go, and nothing will make me change my mind.
Bye, Junior.
Bye, Egbert.
Bye, Junior.
Bye, Egbert.
Bye. There they go, Gillis.
Yeah. They couldn't wait for the bus to pull out.
Fine sons we got. They get a week's vacation. Instead of staying home where they can spend a little time with their fathers for a change, they rush off.
Yeah. And where did they go? To some wilderness, where there's nothing to look at but some weasels, coyotes, and skunks.
Boy, we certainly must be repulsive.
You know, this ain't our fault, Riley. It's this young generation. They're ungrateful. Pure, adulterated ungrateful.
Yeah, after all we've done for them.
Remember when the cop come to arrest them for stealing a donut from Dingle's Bakery? Who swore they were innocent? I did.
Who ate up all the evidence? I did.
I don't know. When we was kids, we loved our fathers. I always thought of my father as an idol.
Mine never worked either. But I loved him just the same.
Everywhere my father went, I wanted to go.
Me too. He used to take me to all the ball games. Every game we were there together. He'd sell the hot dogs and I'd smear on the mustard.
Believe me, Riley, nowadays being a father is only grief.
You said it. You give birth to a son, you feed him, you clothe him, you educate him, and in the end, what do you got? An empty room.
That's until he gets married. Then the room gets crowded.
Our kids have got to be taught a lesson. They got to learn you don't get something for nothing. If you want love, you got to give love.
You're right. Love breeds love.
Well, we'll show those kids. They want to go, let them. It won't bother us none.
We'll show them we don't care. We won't even write for them.
You bet. Besides, with them gone, who will we get to write for us? Yes, sir, Gillis. We'll show them.
Yeah, the only thing is, I know you, Riley. You'll get soft. You'll crack.
Not me. No, not this time. If anybody cracks, it'll be you. When it comes to Egberts, you always were a softie.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you. Just yesterday, you took a sirloin steak that was for your dinner, $1 a pound, and you put it on Egbert's black eye.
Well, it was only fair. After all, I gave him the black eye. He walked into a door I was opening. But don't you worry about me.
Okay, from now on, no sentiment. We're making a pact.
It's a pact. For the next week, them boys don't exist. We're cutting them down from our family tree.
Right. And then when they've learned their lesson, we'll hang them up again.
Riley, is that all you're going to eat?
I ain't hungry, Dumpling.
What's the matter with you anyway? You've been mooning around all day. You won't eat, you won't talk. Why are you in such an ugly mood?
I ain't no ugly mood. Don't judge by my face. Inside, I feel swell.
Oh, you don't fool me. I know what's bothering you. You miss Junior.
I do not. Why should I miss him? The minute he left, I put him out of my mind, just like that. Never gave him another thought. 2 days, 12 hours, and 8 minutes since he left. He hasn't written yet.
Oh, so you do miss him.
Well, what's wrong with that? After all, he's been with us 13 years now. Ever since he was born. I grew up with him.
And he's such a fine boy.
Least he can do is drop a line to show that he remembers he's got a father.
Oh, Riley, be sensible. After all, he's my boy, too. I love him and I miss him. But I don't get all upset just because he's away for a few days.
Oh, you can talk like that. You've never been a father. You didn't go through what I went through when he was born.
Well, and I thought I heard everything.
Just don't care about me. After all, how long does it take to write a 6-page letter? Never mind a letter, a postal card. 2 words. Send money. You don't even have to sign it. I'd know it was from him.
Riley, I know you're very fond of Junior, but don't forget you've got another child.
Who?
Why, Riley!
Oh, Babs. Yeah, Babs. Yeah. Well, Babs, he's a sweet girl. But...
You know, you've always been closer to Junior than you've been to Babs. Well, now's your chance to get to know her better.
Gee, I love Babs, but... Well, she's not like Junior. When we play catch, she throws the ball like a girl. And if we went fishing, would she put the worms on my hook like Junior does?
Oh, Riley. Of course she throws a ball like a girl. That's because she is a girl.
Well, yeah, that could be the reason.
Girls need a father's companionship as much as boys. You ought to show some interest in the things that interest Babs. Go on, talk to her. It'll cheer you up.
Yeah, why not? What if Junior is gone? I can get along without him. I got my little Babs. Oh, Babs. Babsy.
In here, Daddy.
Hello, Babsy. Mind if I sit down?
Oh, of course not, Daddy. Oh, wait, I'll move these magazines.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just thought I'd drop in and have a friendly little talk.
All right, Daddy. Let's talk.
Excuse me. Hey.
What is it?
What'll I talk about?
For heaven's sake, talk about anything. Talk about school.
School. That's it, school. Well, tell me, Babs, how's school?
Fine.
Well, that one's shot.
Anything special on your mind, Daddy?
Oh, no, nothing at all. My mind's a perfect blank. I I just wanted to talk. Well, what's that you're reading there, honey?
Oh, just a fashion magazine.
Well, let me see. Oh, yeah, I've seen it around. Harper's Buzzer.
Bizarre, Daddy. It's mostly about women's clothes. You wouldn't care about that.
No, I do. Tell me all about it.
Oh, they've got two of the most gorgeous dresses you've ever seen. Oh, they're divine.
Well, tell me more. I'm all ears.
Well, I can't make up my mind which I like best. This one here's a taffeta with a sweetheart neck and a dirndl skirt.
Adorable.
But this one's a floral dress with a bustle back, leg of mutton sleeve, and a cowl neck. Which one do you like?
Well, let me see, Fraser. Yeah, well, you'd look beautiful with mutton legs and a cow's neck. Well, I think I'd like to see you in this one here.
You would?
Yeah.
Oh, Daddy, you're an angel. It's only $30, but I never
Now, wait a minute,
you
Beth.
buy
I
it
didn't
for me.
mean that. Just a minute, Beth.
Oh, you're an angel. I must want to wait until you're going to buy it.
Well, Beth, wait. Oh, well. So I'll wear this suit for another 4 years.
Well, dear, did you and Babs have a nice conversation?
Some conversation. 3 minutes. It cost me $30. I could have phoned long distance, but I don't. Only I don't know anybody who lives further than Glendale. Hey, wait. I do know someone. Junior. I could have phoned Junior. I still can. Oh, if I could only hear his little voice.
Well, go ahead. It only costs $1.
Yeah, I could. No, I can't. Gillis might find out.
Well, what's Gillis got to do with it?
Well, we sort of agreed that we teach those boys a lesson. Show them we don't miss them.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Never mind, Gillis. Go on phone.
No, we made a pact. We shook hands on it. There's only one way out. I'll be a diplomat. I'll break the pact. We got to keep this from Gillis.
Well, go on. Dial the operator.
First, I want to make sure that Gillis ain't listening in on the party line. Ever since we both got the same party line, he's always listening. Okay, the coast is clear.
This is long distance.
I want to put in a person-to-person call to Junior Riley at Camp High Point in Lake Arrowhead.
I am sorry. There's some trouble with the line in Lake Arrowhead. There'll be a 2-hour delay.
2 hours, 6 o'clock. Oh, okay. Call me back when you get him. Gladstone 9989J. Poor Gillis. He must be suffering. What is his own fault? He just ain't smart enough to think of a double cross like this.
It's no use. It's no use. I can't stand it no more. Living in an empty house with nobody but my wife. I don't care what I told Riley.
This is long distance.
Oh, I want to talk person to person to Egbert Gillis in person. Camp High Point, Lake Arrowhead.
Sorry, sir. There will be a 2-hour delay.
Oh, okay. Call me back. Gladstone 9989K. I feel better already. Poor Riley. Well, what he don't know won't hurt me. Oh, you out here, man?
Oh, Gillis. Yeah, I'm just taking a nose full of fresh air. Nice night, Gillis. Why don't you go for a long walk?
No, I think I'll hang around the house here. Why don't you go for a long walk?
No, I think I'll hang around here, too.
Well, Riley, how goes it? You missing Junior?
Junior? Oh, my wife's son. You, missing Egbert?
No. Why should I miss him? We agreed to put them out of our minds, didn't we?
Smartest thing we ever did. Just goes to show what willpower can do.
Sure. What time is it, man?
2.5 minutes to 6. What time you got, Jimmy?
2.5 minutes to 6. Yeah, there's nothing like willpower, Riley.
Yeah. What time is it now, Gillis?
2 minutes to 6. What time you got?
2 minutes to 6. What's the matter, Gillis? Your ears are quivering.
Oh, nothing. Excuse me, I just remembered I got to go on. See you later.
Oh, my phone. Thank heaven. Hello?
On your call to Lake Arrowhead, I am trying to locate your party. Hold on, please.
Oh, okay, I'll hold on.
Hello?
Hello, is that you, pal?
Yeah, this is me. Is that you, pal?
Oh, gee, your voice sounds so different. It sounds hoarse.
Yours is different, too. I can hardly recognize it.
Well, I think we got a bad connection. Do you miss me, pal?
I'll say I do. Do you miss me?
Every minute. I'm so lonesome.
And you love me?
Love you. Here's a kiss.
And here's one for you.
Are you having fun? Well, what did you do today?
Oh, nothing much. I've been hanging around with that big Jake Riley.
Yeah, he's a... Gillis, it's you.
Right. It's you. You double-crosser. You put in a call for your junior.
Oh, yeah, you're a double-crosser, too. You put in a call for your Egbert.
Yeah, but you're the worst, Mr. Riley. You put in your call first.
I'll get even with that phone company. I'm having that phone taken out.
As Riley. When Junior Riley and Egbert Gillis went off to a mountain camp for a week's holiday, their fathers felt their sons had deserted them. So, very hurt, Riley and Gillis swore they'd teach the boys a lesson and ignore them. But the parental instinct was too strong, and each caught the other trying to put in a long-distance call to the camp.
So, all right, Riley, let's face it. So we both made a mistake. We broke under the strain and cracked the pack.
Oh, wait, Gillis. No, we didn't really crack the pack, because we didn't actually talk to the boys.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The pack ain't cracked. It's still intact.
Yeah, but from now on, we got to be stronger than ever. For the sake of our boys, we're keeping the pack.
Of course, there's one way to make sure.
What do you mean?
Well, we're both members in good standing of the BPLA.
Yeah, but what's this got to do with the Brooklyn Patriots of Los Angeles?
We are taking the supreme oath of everlasting brotherly trust.
No, not that. not the supreme oath. The Constitution says you're only supposed to take that in times of disaster, like earthquakes, floods, epidemics, and marriage.
Yeah, but when a boy don't love his father, that's a disaster. Come on, the oath. Shake.
Shake. Fingers to fingers, toes to toes. If I break this pact, break my nose.
O'Reilly, we're home. I guess Daddy's out. Oh, that's funny. He said he's staying in tonight.
Just listen to that, Mother. I wish that landlord would put in a new hot water boiler.
That's not the boiler. It's your father snoring. He must be in the living room. Oh, yeah. There he is on the couch.
Just listen to him. Mother, now I know what to get you for your birthday. Earplugs.
He's talking to sleep.
Oh, what's he saying?
Well, I can't quite make it out.
Oh, he's dreaming about you, Mother.
He better be.
I love you. When I come home from work, my first thought is of you.
He does mean you, Mother.
Oh, this sweet thing.
Don't ever leave me. I can't live without you.
Darling, I'll wake him up with a kiss.
Oh, thank you, Junior.
Junior?
Oh, it's you. Where's Junior? It's only a dream. I forgot his call.
Now listen, Riley. It's all right to love your son, but you're overdoing it. Junior goes away for a few days, he acts like the world's ended.
But he didn't even write.
Well, kids Junior's age never right. You know that, Daddy.
There's nothing to worry about. The scoutmaster at the camp takes good care of the boys.
Besides, if anything was wrong, they'd let us know.
I know all that.
Well, then, what are you so gloomy about?
I miss him. My own son ignores me. Some son. He don't write, he don't phone. As far as he's concerned, I ain't even alive.
According to my records, he's wrong.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, I didn't see you, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. Going my way?
No. I'm just strolling around while I walk. You know, Digger, life's full of disappointments. A man tries to be a nice guy, be a friend and a pal. Then in the end, someone lets him down.
Please, let's not talk shop.
I feel terrible, Digger. It's my boy, Junior.
Ah, yes. Boys are a problem. Yesterday, a gang of young ruffians stole a sign from a travel bureau and hung it on the door of my business establishment. Oh, I was furious.
Oh, why? What did the sign say?
Going south, let us arrange your trip. But what's your problem, Riley?
Well, my Junior went away camping 3 days ago, and since I saw him off, I ain't even heard from him.
Oh, cheer up, Riley. I've seen lots of people off, and I never heard from them. But I don't mind. As long as I know where they are, I'm satisfied.
Oh, but I miss him so much.
I don't blame you. Junior is a fine lad, but personable and precocious. I adore Junior. He's okay. Riley, why not go up to camp and see Junior?
I can't. Gillis and me made a solemn promise to ignore our boys, to teach them a lesson for desertness. And I always keep my word. Besides, Gillis is watching me like a hawk.
But suppose Babs wanted to see her little brother. Naturally, you'd have to chaperone her on the trip.
Yeah, and then if Gillis found... Hey, that's a great idea. We leave first thing in the morning. Digger, you're a real pal. Someday I'll do something for you.
I'm sure you will. Well, cheerio. I'd better be doubling off.
Hurry up, Babs. I want to reach the camp before it gets dark. Come on,
I'm
Babs.
exhausted. I still don't see why you had to drag me along.
I keep telling you, Babs, if Gillis finds out, you're my alibi.
Well, let's go on.
Yeah, now remember, keep close to me. There's wild animals around here.
Wild animals?
Sure, wolves, bears, coyotes.
Bears?
Now, don't be afraid. The bear should jump out at you from the bush, start running. And don't worry, I'll be right in front of you. Now, come on, let's go. Gee, I can hardly wait to see Junior.
Oh, I think I see the camp, Daddy.
Where?
There, you can see it through the trees.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Hurry up.
Wait, Daddy.
What's wrong?
Listen. There's something in those bushes. It's some kind of an animal. Maybe it's a bear.
A bear?
It's coming toward us.
It's looking at us. I see its hairy face. It's got long fangs and beady red eyes.
Why, Mr. Gillis!
Right, there. Gillis, I'll never trust you again. The minute I turn my back, you follow me.
Oh, Riley, what's the use? Admit we're licked. I can't stand it. After all, Egbight's my own fleshy blood. My only male son.
You're right, Gillis. Why fight nature? Them two boys of ours are drawing us towards them, just like a couple of maggots.
This has been the lonesomest week of my life since my honeymoon. Hey, look, there's the scoutmaster over there. Let's go ask him to get the boys.
No, wait a minute. Babs, you go get him and walk past this tree, and then we'll jump out and surprise him. Huh?
All right, but you stay right there.
Yeah, we won't. Gee, Gillis, I hope we did the right thing in coming here.
I hope so, too. Eggbait and Junior might not like it.
Yeah, they might resent us. Maybe we better go home?
No. We come this far, let's stick it out.
Yeah, okay.
Daddy!
Here comes Babs.
Oh, Daddy, just what?
Well, where's Junior?
They're gone.
Oh.
They went home. They ran away this morning.
Home? They ran away home?
Home? It's a catastrophe.
No, it ain't. Don't you see, Gillis, they went home because they couldn't stand being away from their father.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they missed us. They love us. They love us.
Oh, and we were worried. Oh, this is the biggest thrill of my life.
Well, here's the note they left.
Let's see what the little darling says. We're going home. Huh? We can't stand it anymore. We miss our mothers.
Their mothers? They love their mothers?
What a revolting development this is. Peg, I'm home. Is Junior here yet?
Oh, yes, he's sound asleep.
Well, did he tell you why he left the camp?
Well, yes, he did.
Yeah, I guess he loves you more than he loves me.
Oh, no, Riley, don't be silly.
Oh, I don't mind. That's life. You find it in every family. Anyway, it works out even in the end. The boy loves the mother the most, and the girl loves the father the least.
program has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
If coffee gives you indigestion, switch to Postum. The makers of Postum, the favorite mealtime drink in millions of American homes, present those two lovable old characters from the hill country, Lum and Abner. Do you think it's asking you too much to expect people to be bright and gay and cheerful when they're suffering from indigestion? Well, if you have indigestion yourself, you probably do think it's too much. You might even say you can't blame anyone whose indigestion is upset for being grouchy and ill-tempered. Yet I'll wager, if you knew that such a small thing as giving up coffee might improve your digestion, you would be the first one to do it. So remember this. While many folks can drink coffee without feeling upset, many others cannot. And you may be one of those. If so, if you think coffee spoils your digestion, well, why not switch to Postum? For in Postum, there's no caffeine, no stimulant, nothing that could possibly give you indigestion. And Postum has such a distinctive, cheering, full-bodied flavor that it's the favorite mealtime drink in millions of American homes. And even when you aren't at home, you can still enjoy Postum with your meals at any restaurant or hotel. So right now is the time to decide. If coffee gives you indigestion, decide you'll drink Postum instead. Even in a few days, see if you don't feel better. And after drinking Postum instead of coffee for, say, 2 weeks, see if the change hasn't done a lot for both your digestion and your disposition. Drink Postum. There's a reason. And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. When the widow Beaumont came all the way from Nashville to marry Lum, the old fellow was very enthused over the prospects of the wedding until he found out she'd brought her 7 children with her. This seemed to be more than Lum bargained for, and he's been trying to find some way to get the family out of town. Monday, however, Abner and Grandpappy Spears pointed out the advantages of a large family, and just about had the old fellow talked into going through with the wedding. As we look in on the little community today, Lum has gone to the county seat, and we find Abner and Grandpap over at the Jot 'em Down store. Listen.
Oh, everything's working out just fine, Grandpap. That talking to we give him the other day done the work all right. Old Lum's in love now. He don't know which way's up.
Yeah. Well, has he asked the Widder to marry him yet?
Well, no, I don't think he's come right out and asked her, but he's making his plans.
Yeah, it'll be the smartest thing he ever done, Abner.
Oh, my.
Responsibilities of family and looking after all them young'uns will give him a new interest in life.
Of course it will.
Feller living with himself so long that way gets awful selfish. Ain't interested in nothing but himself. It ain't good for him.
No. Oh, I'm just tickled to death over it. And he is, too. He was over there all day yesterday playing with them young'uns. Him and that oldest boy is just getting to be regular partners.
Well, that is fine. I just hope you don't catch the whooping cough from him, all.
No. Well, sir, you know, it's downright funny how a feller changes that way. Now, here a few days ago, he was trying to get him out of town. Couldn't stand them young'uns or the widder, neither one.
Yeah, he went so far as to make a deal with Squire Skimp. Offered to pay him $25 if he could get shut up.
Yeah. Well, sir, ever since we talked to him other day, Grandpap, told him how much pleasure he'd get out of them children, why, he's had his mind made up to get married if the widder'd have him.
Yeah. It's hard for me to picture Lum with a big family that way.
I wish you could have saw him over at the house the other night. After supper, why, me and Elizabeth went into the kitchen to do the dishes and left him and the widder sitting in the sitting room there by themselves. I peeked through the door a couple of times. His ears was as red as if they was on fire.
Oh, that Lum's the bashfulest human around women folks I ever seen in my life. I believe he's feared of them.
Oh, he is. Stands there and twists and squirms like a feller's being pestered by a wasp.
Well, we ought to be proud of ourselves, Abner, making a match like that.
Yeah. I never had no ideas he'd be so easy talked into us. But Lum's always been crazy about children, and when we got to talking to him about them young'uns, why, that's what done the trick.
Yeah. What done it?
He taken them over some candy yesterday with him. And this morning, first thing, why, he lit out for the county seat to see if he could find him some toys.
Well, I do know.
With that whooping cough, you know, they can't get outside to play.
Well, he has got it bad, ain't he?
Oh, he's the worst you ever seen. Happiest fella I ever seen in my life, I do believe. Couldn't stand him there at first, and now he can't do enough for him.
Well, it's nice for Lum, and then on the other hand, it's going to be awful nice for the widder, too. She's lucky to find as good a man as Lum running loose that way.
Oh, yeah. He's all right feller. Got a heart in him as big as a watermelon.
Yeah, well, I expect I better get on back to the store, Abner. Just walked right out and left the door open.
Oh, well, now, sit down. Ain't nobody going to bother nothing.
No, but somebody might come in wanting their mail.
I'm just fixing to banner you for a game of checkers.
Oh, no, better not, Abner. Get to playing here. I'll be here all afternoon.
Well, it won't take me but just about 5 minutes to show you that I can still beat you.
Still beat me?
Yes, sir.
Where's the board?
Huh?
Can spare the time, but I can't stand no such talk as that.
Oh, here it is. And we can just set it right here across our knees.
Oh, no, you don't. No, I've tried that before. Every time I get ahead of you let one knee down and dump the checkers off on the floor, and we have to start all over again. No, you don't.
That just happened one time, Grandpappy Spears. That was an accident. My leg got to cramping me.
Well, in case it gets to cramping again, we better put it here on this nail keg.
Well, I don't care. I can beat you one place as well as I can another. Which one you want? Red uns or the black uns?
I don't care. Take what you want. I'll take the others.
No, go ahead now. I don't want you to have no excuses.
I don't need no excuses.
Well, you're the best in team. You get your choice.
They're your checkers, Abner. Go ahead.
I ain't going to do it, Grandpap.
Well, we just won't play then, for I ain't going to give you no alibis that I had the best color. Nothing like that.
Yeah, I knowed you'd figure some way to get out of it.
I ain't trying to get out of it. Sit down there. I'll play you. Give me them red ones.
Oh, you want my color, huh?
Well, give me the black ones then. I don't care.
No. You said the reds. That's the way you want to play. I can beat you even with the black ones. I don't care.
One, to goodness. Never sit down to a game with you in my life. You never had an excuse figured out before we started.
Wait a minute now. Let me get them straight here. There we go.
It's your move.
My move?
You got the black ones, ain't you?
Sure, I got the black ones. And the reds moves first.
Why, they don't know such a thing.
They do not.
Last time we played, you had the red ones and you made me move first.
Why, I never done no such a thing.
You did too, sitting right over there on the counter.
Never. Wait a minute. What are you doing?
Just get somebody else to play here.
Huh?
Sit here and listen to you argue as long as I'm going to.
Well, you started it, you dad blamed old Billy Goat.
I wouldn't say nothing about a billy goat pie to you. You with a crop of chin whiskers like that on your
Now,
face.
don't you call me no Billy Goat. Just get out of this store. Here, that blamed old reprobate. Get on out before I bounce one of them scale weights off your head.
Here. What's going on in here? Put that down, Abner.
Well, get him out of here before I'll mop up the floor with him.
Yeah, you and who else?
I don't need nobody else.
Here, both of you. Ought to be ashamed of yourself. Yeah. Beautiful day like this, and you two in here wrangling like cats and dogs.
Well, we started to play checkerboard.
I never done it.
You did, too.
Every time you get that checkerboard out, you start an argument. Granny, just stop trying to play the game.
Well, who are we going to play?
Yeah, Abner's the only fella in town I care a snap about playing with.
That's what I say. We get more enjoyment out of playing checkers with one another than anybody else I know of.
Well, I don't see how. All you do is wrangle and argue. Worse than a couple of young'uns. Or to be playing with toys. Wait a minute here.
Huh?
Just a minute.
What's that, Lum?
Yeah, here. This is about your size.
What is that?
Wait a minute, let me wind it up for you.
Well, look, ain't that the cutest thing you ever seen? Well, how's it work now? Oh, well, look at that, Grandpa. Well, sir, that's outdoing this thing.
Well, where'd you get that thing, Lum?
Yeah.
Oh, I bought that for a little Orville.
Orville?
Yeah, got some stuff for all the children.
Well?
Can't hardly wait to get over and show 'em to 'em.
No.
Abner's telling me you and the Widder's hitting it right off now, Lum. Oh, yeah, fine woman. Fine little woman. Granny's, I never knowed a feller could be so happy, you know her?
You never?
Granny's, I'm just starting to live, fellers. Just starting right now.
Well.
Just wait till them children starts growing up. There'll be a world of pleasure to you, Lum. Oh, my dear. I'm so glad she's got that fine family of children, I don't know what to do.
Oh, it makes it awful nice.
Yeah, that little baby girl's the cutest thing I ever seen.
Yes, she is, now. She is, of course, in that young'un. Is she about over the whooping cough?
Yeah, Doc said yesterday wasn't a thing for me to worry about now.
Well?
She's lifting the quarantine today.
Well?
I ain't said nothing to the Widder, but I want to see if I can get them started to school by Monday.
Well, Lum, have you ever said anything to the Widder about getting married yet?
Well, no, I ought to do that.
Why, sure.
Sort of planning on taking supper over there tonight.
Supper? Well, bless your heart.
Go over there directly and take these toys. Granny, I'll pop the question right to her.
Why, sure.
Make all arrangements for the wedding.
That's that time.
Well, go on over there while you're in the notion room.
Yeah.
How would it be if I called her up on the telephone?
Now, cut out that bashfulness and get on over there, Lum. She's just been waiting for you to pop the question.
Well, I ought to tell her I got something important to talk to her about.
Oh, well, yeah, you can do that on the phone.
Yeah, and then I'll go right straight over and ask her.
That's the time.
You fellas be talking. I don't want you sitting there listening to every word I say.
Oh, we ain't going to listen. Go ahead. Be quiet, Grandpa.
She must have forgot what my ring is over there. She ain't answering the phone.
Why?
More like she ain't used to a party line. Yeah, I'll try again.
Well, there comes Squire Skelton.
But don't say nothing to him about me going to get married.
Oh, no, of course not. Yeah, come in, Squire.
Hey, howdy, Squire.
Well, gentlemen, how are my old friends today? Lum, I just came over to
Just a minute, Squire. I'm calling the Widder Beaumont right now.
Well, I'm afraid you're wasting your time, Lum. Mrs. Beaumont and children departed from our fair city some 3 hours ago for Nashville. That's what I came over to tell you. And you can thank me for arranging the whole thing. And I believe our agreement was that you now owe me $25 for getting her out of town, Lum.
Well, I'll be dead.
And Squire Skimp seems to have wrecked all Lum's dreams of becoming a family man. Before we leave you this evening, friends, may I say something personally to those of you who before Lum and Abner began might have been cross with the children or with each other. Well, maybe the cause of your irritability is coffee nerves. For the truth is that while many people can drink coffee without having their nerves set on edge, many others cannot. And perhaps you can't. So if you think so, if you think your trouble is coffee nerves, by all means, switch to a Postum. For Postum contains no caffeine or stimulant of any kind that could possibly make you nervous. Postum's a fragrant, full-bodied mealtime drink with a cheering aroma and distinctive, rich flavor all its own. And Postum costs but a trifle. Actually, less than 1/2 cent a cup. So if coffee's making you tense and jittery and cranky, drink Postum instead. Just give Postum a fair trial for, say, 2 weeks and see if you aren't much better off for the change. Ask your grocer for Postum tomorrow. forget, friends, next Friday evening at the same time, we'll again go visiting Pine Ridge with Lum and Abner, who say it's too bad they can't perfect a gasoline that gives the mileage a wife gives when she runs errands for a sick husband. Lou Crosby speaking. And remember, Postum, your best bet for a good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Andy, did you hear that? Come on.
Did I hear what?
That whistle. That's the Rinso White whistle.
Oh, yeah, and Rinso means us.
That's right. Rinso gets clothes Rinso White, and Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show. Just about this time every year, I try to remember the New Year's resolutions I made last January. And if I can remember 1 out of 10, I feel like I'm doing fine. Of course, there are some resolutions you just can't help but keep. For instance, if you ladies resolve to use Rinso for clothes washing in 1945, come 1946, I'm sure you'll still be using Rinso. Because those soapy-rich suds make wash day easy. As little as a short 10-minute soak, plus a few quick finger rubs on extra soiled places, gives you a wash that's spotless all over. All your lovely washable colors come Rinso bright, safely, through wash after wash. And you'll hang out a white wash that's Rinso White. So don't forget, get Rinso. And now, our stars, Amos and Andy. Well, it's almost New Year's Eve, and the big event in Harlem is the New Year's Eve party to be given by the socially exclusive Charles Jackson family. At the moment, we find Andrew H. Brown in his office, telling his secretary, Miss Blue, why he knows he will be the only one among his friends to be invited to this smart affair.
You know, Miss Blue, it's a shame that I ain't going to spend New Year's Eve with my friends this year. But I is the high society type, and Charles Jackson's only wants them kind of peoples at the party, you know.
Mr. Brown, is the Charles Jacksons really society people?
Oh, sure, they is richly all right. You know, they is the only family in Harlem that's got a cook and an upstairs maid.
Upstairs maid?
Yeah. Of course, I guess the downstairs must get pretty dirty, huh?
It must be almost wonderful to be invited to a real society party and get a beautiful engraved invitation.
Invitation, yeah. Well, to tell you the truth, that's what I'm waiting for. Mine ain't come yet.
Well, if you ain't got your invitation yet, how you know you is invited?
Oh, I'll be invited, don't worry. You see, I done took the Jackson's daughter, Camellia, out a couple times, and they got to invite their daughter's boyfriend, you know.
That's right, I guess.
Oh, sure. I showed her a swell time on 2 different nights. Why, the last time I took her out, my bill come to over $6.
It did?
Yeah. I wonder how much hers come to.
Well, Mr. Brown, you mean to say you didn't pay her bill, too?
Well, being a rich gal, she says something about a Dutch treat. You know, she likes me all right. By the way, when is the morning mail due? Maybe my graved invitation will be in that.
The morning mail come 2 hours ago. There was nothing in it but a bill from your tailor for turning the lapels around on your suit. We only get one more mail before New Year's, and that ought to be here in a little while.
Yeah, well, that's the mail that the invite will be in, all right. No question about that. I showed that. Wait a minute. Here come Amos.
But I'm going in the back office and finish my work.
Yeah, okay.
Well, how is it there, son?
Hello, Amos. Hello.
Yeah, well, then I just dropped in to find out what you're doing New Year's Eve. I thought maybe you'd like to go with me and Ruby over
Now, wait a minute, Amos. Wait a minute.
Huh?
I is sorry that I ain't spending New Year's Eve with none of my old friends this year.
Oh.
This will be the first time I ever missed a New Year's Eve with you. But, Amos, I is going to a very exclusive party. Only the very high society types like me is going.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're going to a high-class party. And me and Ruby figured that maybe you was invited to the same place we was, so we could all go together.
Well, look, Amos, I is sorry, but let's face the thing.
Yeah.
You was a good enough guy, but we don't revolve around in the same social circles, that's all.
Yeah.
By the way, where's you invited to?
Oh, I don't guess it'll be very exciting. Me and Ruby are going to a little get-together over at the Charles Jackson.
Yeah, well, it's too bad that we can't... where'd you say?
The Charles Jackson.
But that's where I was going. Is you sure you was invited?
Well, I guess so, Andy. They sent us an invitation.
Yeah, well, I guess they invited you because they want you because you was a friend of mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, they figure I wanted it that way, yeah. You know, doing me a favor.
Oh, yeah.
You say you got your invitation already?
Oh, yeah, I got it right here in my pocket. Here it is, engraved and everything.
Pretty, ain't it? Excuse me, Amos, excuse me.
What do you see outside?
Oh, yeah, I thought I seen the mailman across the street, but tain't him. Well, Amos, I guess I'll see you at the Jackson party then. Right now, I got to get over to Shorty's barber shop and start getting fixed up for the affair. Hey, wait a minute, Shorty. What is that stuff you're putting on my hair?
Oh, they're just stuff that it's a special hair oil. I mean, it's got olive oil. It's a pomade that you put. It's imported hair gel that you make. Just plain lard.
Lard on my hair?
Yeah.
How much is that costing me?
15 cents and 2 red points.
2 red points. Listen, Shorty, after this, please keep my scalp vegetarian, will you? Say, by the way, Shorty, I want to tell you that this is a nice smooth shave you done give me.
Yeah, so thank you, Andy. Here, I'll hold up this looking glass so you can see how your hair looks in the back.
Yeah. Yeah, look nice and smooth. Yeah, that's the best. Hey, wait a minute, Shorty. Wait a minute. The way you got that looking glass held up there, I was looking at the back of your head.
You will?
Yeah.
How'd it look back there?
Well, never mind how you look. The important thing is how I look. I was going to the richest New Year's Eve party in town. Real society stuff.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That's nice, all right.
Yeah, I ain't got my invitation yet, but I know I was going to get it. Too bad, too, that my friends can't be invited to a high-class party like this one.
Yeah, it's bad, all that. You know something? I sure sorry we can't be together New Year's Eve, Andy.
Yeah, me too, Shorty. But that's how it goes when you is a high society type like I is. By the way, where's you invited to go New Year's Eve?
Oh, I ain't going no place special. I thought I'd stay at home. I'll be by myself. I'll just take it easy and rest. I'm going to the Charles Jackson party.
Well, this is the last mail here, and my invite didn't come. Oh, me. This is going to be some New Year's Eve for me, all right. Well...
Hello there, Miss Abner.
Oh, hello, Lightning. Hello.
What's the matter, Miss Abner? How come you look so down in the dumps?
Oh, Lightning, I was regusted. I takes Camellia Jackson out and shows her big time, and then her mama don't send me no invite to their New Year's Eve party.
Maybe the Jacksons don't approve of you for that daughter.
Oh, you're crazy. Certainly they approve of me. Outside of the fact that I ain't got a job and ain't got no money in the bank, I was the most legible bachelor in town.
Well, some parents are very stuck up that way. They don't want to see their daughter starve.
Yeah, you're right, Lightning. They must be peculiar people.
I wouldn't feel too bad about them, Miss Anna. The Jacksons is very exclusive, and a lot of people wasn't invited, I guess.
Yeah, you're right. Besides, old pal, now me and you can spend New Year's Eve together.
Yeah, but we could, except for one thing.
Yeah, what's that?
Me and my wife was invited to the Charles Jackson party.
Yeah. Well, so long, Lightning. I'm going over to see the Kingfish. Look like he's the only one left that I can spend New Year's Eve with. Kingfish, You too.
Yeah, you see, and being one of the reporting citizens of Harlem, it was natural that Jackson sent me the invitation. Yeah, but tell you what, son, you come over and hang around the open window at the Jacksons, and maybe I can toss out a hunk of turkey or something like that to you, you know.
Now, wait a minute, just a minute. I got pride like anybody else. I ain't hanging around no window where I wasn't invited, waiting for somebody to toss me out a hunk of turkey like a dog. Could you make it white meat?
But you know, and after the way you took this Camellia Jackson note, I thought sure you'd be invited.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It just go to show you that where human nature is concerned, you can't trust human nature where it's concerned.
Yeah, I ain't quite figured that out, but I think you got something there, all right. You know, that Camellia done give you a raw deal.
Yeah, and I was mad.
Oh, I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
The thing that really hurts me is that I done opened my big mouth to everybody, telling them that I was the only one that was going to be invited, and now I was the only one that ain't.
Now, look here. Why don't you just forget it and take out some other gal and celebrate New Year's Eve that way?
Oh, I can't do that. I was broke. That's why I was so happy that I could be with Camellia at her house and not have New Year's cost me nothing. I wish there was some way that I could think of so I could be invited to that party.
And wait a minute.
What's the matter? You think of something?
Listen, phone Camellia. Tell her you was coming over to ask her something.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you get there, act like you don't know they's giving a New Year's Eve party and invite her out to all the swell nightclubs in town for a big evening.
Well, now, what good is that going to do?
Well, you see, Anna, when she hears you was inviting her to all these places, she going to feel mighty ashamed of herself for not inviting you to the party.
Yeah, that's right. She will, won't she?
Yeah, that's the point, Anna. Now, look here. Then after that, what else can she do but invite you to her party right then and there? Oh, I tell you, son, it can't miss. That is called the art of hinting.
Kingfish, I think you're right. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Oh, Camellia, dear. What is it, Mama? Oh, Camellia, a terrible thing has happened, and I feel just awful about it. Why? What happened? Why, I just went over the invitation list again, and of all people, I forgot to send one to your boyfriend, Andy Brown. Oh, don't worry about it, Mama. Andy phoned, and he'll be here any minute. I can ask him then. Oh, that's fine. I'm suddenly glad I discovered it before it was too late. Oh, that must be Andy now, Mama. I'll let him in. Well, say hello to him for me, Camellia. I still have so much to do before the party. All right, Mama. Hello, Andy. Come in.
Hello, Camellia.
Gee, it's good to see you, Andy.
Look, Camellia, I come over to ask you something.
I got something to ask you, too.
Yeah, well, I'll ask you mine now. Listen, Camellia, how about going out with me New Year's Eve to about 3 of the biggest nightclubs in Harlem? We'll really have a big time.
Oh, Andy, I'd love to.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry you can't on account of you got it, what'd you say?
I said I'd love to. You know, I was just about to ask you to come to the party my folks are giving. But what's an old party at home compared to the New Year's Eve you've got planned?
Yeah, but, Camellia, don't you think on second thought there your folks might not like you not being at your own party?
Oh, no, they won't mind.
Oh, well, I couldn't do that. No. I'll cancel my reservations at the nightclubs, and I'll come to your party.
Andy, don't be silly. It's all settled. Now, I'm calling to you on your New Year's Eve.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm certainly glad there's a new year coming. It's got to have less trouble for me to get into than this one did.
Well, the Kingfisher's brilliant idea has hardly gone according to plan, and it looks like Andy has dug his own grave. We'll see if he can get out of it in just a moment. Say, folks, remember the visitor I had last New Year's?
Yes, of course they remember. Nobody can forget me.
Yeah, that's right. He said, hey, wait a minute. Who are you?
You know who I am. I am Father Time. I'm on my way out. But not until I check up on you, Wilcox. Remember that woman in Peoria, Illinois?
You mean the one who used to run her washer for nearly an hour at a time? Well, look, Spirit, I told her about Rinso. Now she knows it takes as little as a 5-minute run per load to get clothes Rinso white.
Don't haunt me, Spirit, please.
Well, what about that woman over in Asheville, North Carolina? The one who used to wear herself out scrubbing every wash day.
Scrub. I told her about Rinso, too. Now she lets Rinso, Soapy Rich Suds, soak her clothes clean.
Good, Wilcox, good. Just one more little matter. Did you ever speak to that lady in St. Louis, Missouri?
About doing the dishes with Rinso, you mean? Oh, sure. She's been using Rinso. She says dishwashing is a snap.
Fine. Keep up the good work, Wilcox. You'll be hearing from me next year.
Friends, help me to have a good report next time, will you? Get Rinso. And now, back to the Amos and Andy Show. Well, now it looks like Andy is definitely going to spend New Year's Eve alone. By taking the Kingfish's advice, he's gotten himself hooked up for an expensive evening, making the rounds of the best Harlem nightclubs. Andy is broke, and right now he's telling Amos his troubles.
Well, that's the story, Amos, and I ain't got the money to take it to a picture show, much less to 3 big nightclubs.
Yeah, well, I tell you one thing, Andy. Where you is concerned, there certainly ain't no trouble shortage.
Yeah.
What is you going to tell Camellia Jackson now?
I done already told her.
What?
I phoned her a little while ago that I was called out of town on business. Oh, Amos, a fine New Year's Eve I'm going to have. Now, wait a minute. Here comes Fred Wendell.
Well, hello there, boys. Happy New Year to both of you.
Yeah, same to you, Fred.
Andy, the reason I dropped in was to ask you to do a little favor for me.
Now, wait a minute. I ain't in no mood to do nobody no favor. I is in a mess, and I don't see nobody trying to help me out.
But, Andy, look here, I done been invited to the Jackson party, and since I hear that you ain't going, I want you to do me a favor so I can go.
Oh, yeah, you wants me to do you a favor so you can go. Everybody goes there but me. Well, I ain't going to do you no favor.
Yeah, well, since you ain't going to the party, Andy, at least you can listen to what Fred got to say.
Look, fellas, I got enough trouble without listening to either one of you. Now, will you all get out of here and let me alone, both of you? I ain't doing no favors for nobody.
Well, Andy, if that's the way you feel about it, all right, so long.
Wait a minute. I'll go with you, Fred. I got to drive by and pick up the woman that's going to stay with our children so Reuben and me can go to the party tonight. Well, so long, Andy. Sorry you feel like you do, but so long.
They're sorry that I feel like I do. They all get invited to the party. But I is alone. And it's almost New Year's Eve, too.
Hello there, Andy.
Well, Reverend Johnson, come in.
Yeah, thank you. Didn't see you at church this morning, Andy.
Yeah, well, I've been pretty busy today, Reverend Johnson. I'll be there next week, though.
Yes, I can understand about people being busy. Yes, a lot of our friends are busy preparing for the new year.
Yes, sir, that's right. That's exactly what I was busy doing, yes, sir.
You know, Andy, preparing for the new year in the right way is just as important as coming to church. Maybe in some cases even more important.
It is, huh?
Yes, you see, Andy, to most people, the new year is a symbol of hope and promise for something better. It's the opportunity to erase the mistakes of the past, to make new friendships and to strengthen the old ones. But deeper than that, Andy, the hour of 12, that line between the old year and the new, is actually a horizon beyond which all hope for a better world.
Yeah, you're right, yes, sir. We're all hoping to find a better world, all right.
But that's a mistake, Andy. Finding implies luck, chance. We don't find a better world. We make a better world.
We do? How do we make it?
Why, by doing things for other people. You see, when you do things for other people, Andy, they love you for it. And when there's love, there can't be greed. And when there's no greed, there's no hate. And where there's no hate, there can be no such thing as war. And that, Andy, is a better world.
Reverend Johnson, you mean that if I do's another fella a favor, someday it'll come back to me? Is that what you mean?
1,000-fold. Remember these words, my son. Cast thy bread upon the waters.
Cast thy bread Say, Reverend, I just remember a favor I refused to do for a friend. I'm going out and do it right now, you know it?
I'm glad, Andy. By doing this favor, you'll make this a better world.
Yes, sir. You can count on me. But don't expect too much of a change the first day. Fred, in other words, when you was over there and asked me to do a favor for you, I was a little short with you there. My mind was on something else, and I think that I give you kind of a short answer.
Well, Andy, sure is nice of you to come over here and tell me all that. In other words, you mean that you will do me the favor?
Oh, sure I will, sure. Like Reverend Johnson say, cast a few crumbs of bread on the waters and you get back loaves of bread. Now, what you want me to do for you, Fred?
Well, now, look here, Andy. Here's what I want you to do, and I sure will appreciate it, too.
Yeah.
I am doing a lot of jobs over at the newspaper there, and one of my jobs is the society reporter.
Yeah, I know that.
And I got some work to do tonight. But if you could do it for me, you see, that would make it so I could go to the Jackson party.
Oh, sure, Fred. I'll be glad to do it for you. What you want me to do?
Well, now, look here. Here's exactly what I'm going to ask you to do. I'm supposed to make the rounds of the best Harlem nightclubs and get the names of the prominent guests spending New Year's Eve at these clubs, you see.
I makes the rounds of the best Harlem nightclubs, you say?
Yeah, that's right, Anna. That's exactly right. And the head waiter in each one of them will give you a list of all the guests there, you see. Now, here's a press pass that will admit you and one friend to all of them. And by the way, Anna, you being a representative of the press, the management of each nightclub will give you all your refreshments and food free of charge. That's what it do.
Boy, that Reverend Johnson really knows his stuff, don't he? This is great. I'll call comedian and tell her I was back in town. That bread I cast on the water this time is coming back in the shape of a wedding cake. Reverend Johnson, I was on my way over to pick up my gal, Camellia, but I just dropped in to tell you how much I appreciate your advice you gave me, about helping others and getting repaid for it.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way, Andy.
Oh, yeah. From now on, I was a firm believer in that helping and getting repaid stuff. I never seen nothing work so fast.
Andy, I wonder if you'd do a favor for me right now.
Well, I got a handful of bread. Where do you want me to throw it?
Well, there's a young couple, a soldier and his girl. Well, they're waiting in the chapel for me to marry them. I was on my way out to find a witness, but now that you're here...
Oh, sure. I'll be glad to be a witness at the wedding, sure.
Well, thank you, Andy. Here's a young couple now. Sally, Jimmy, come over here, will you? I'd like for you to meet Andrew Brown.
How you doing, Mr. Brown? Yeah, I do. Congratulations. I suppose now the two of you is getting married. You're going out and have a swell time celebrating New Year's Eve and your wedding both.
Well, we sure like to, but I'm afraid we can't do much celebrating. Getting married is taking about all the money we've got.
You mean you two young people aren't going to celebrate your wedding? And on New Year's Eve, too?
Well, you see, Reverend, the reason we are getting married so unexpectedly like this is because Jimmy's going overseas any day now. And we just got enough money left for me to get back home.
Oh, well, that's a shame. You could afford to go out somewhere, though, could you?
Well, I don't know, Andy. It's pretty expensive going out on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, that is right. The cafes is charging. Say, wait a minute. I got an idea. Why couldn't I give the soldier and his gal here the press pass that, I wonder if I was overdoing this casting the bread stuff.
Andy, what are you thinking about?
Well, I was just thinking that I could give the bride and the groom, yeah, that'd help make a better world. Yeah. Look here, Jimmy. You and Sally is going to have a wonderful New Year's celebration for your wedding. Now, listen. Here's a press pass. Both of you go to the best places in Harlem, and it won't cost you a single cent because you get it all. Well, this is great. Back home, 4 walls, by myself. Had to go get soft-hearted and give that press pass away to them kids. I could be dancing with Camellia right now at some nightclub. This ain't a mess. I wish everybody would let me alone. Come in.
Well, hello there, Andy.
Oh, Amos, what you doing here? I thought you and Ruby was at the Charles Jackson party.
Well, we couldn't go, Andy. The woman that was supposed to stay with the children couldn't come, so me and Ruby stayed home, and then Reverend Johnson dropped by, and he told us what you'd done and how you'd be all alone tonight.
Yeah, I guess I was a sucker, spoiling my New Year's Eve for a couple of strange kids. Reverend Johnson told me to cast my bread on the water and it'd come back to me. I was unhappy, Amos.
Unhappy? Why, Andy, what you done tonight ought to make you the happiest and proudest man I know. You see, Andy...
Wait a minute. Wait till I answer the phone out in the hall here. Wait a minute.
Yeah, well, take your time, Andy. Go ahead.
Hello?
Andy, this is Fred Gwendell again.
Oh, listen, Fred, I couldn't go to the nightclubs for you, but I got a friend of mine that's going, and he'll get you all of the names.
Oh, that's great, Andy, because I was going to ask you to change your plans for me anyway.
What you mean?
Over at the newspaper, I take care of the theatrical news, too, you know.
Yeah.
Well, a girl that just got to town, and she's been invited to a big private party tonight, and I was wondering if you would go with her. You go right to the party, you'll have a swell time.
Well, who is the gal?
Hold your hat, Andy. It's Lena Horne.
Lena Horne? She is the best-looking gal in the country.
Yeah, well, now, look here. Put on your best clothes. I'll meet you in front of your house at the automobile, and I'll take you over and introduce you.
Okay, see you in 10 minutes. So long. Amos, that Reverend Johnson is as right as two rabbits.
Oh, what happened? What happened?
I done cast some crumbs of bread on the water, and somebody done sent me a bakery.
Now, here are Amos and Andy again.
How do you do, folks?
Hello, everybody.
Well, Father Time is about to chop off another year. And before the year passes, we want to again tell you folks how much we really appreciate your friendship and loyalty, which you have shown us in the past.
Yes, we are very grateful for the way you've listened to our program each week. Also for your very nice letters. And we are very grateful for the fact that so many of our friends have tried Rinso through hearing Harlow Wilcox tell about it.
Yes, we feel particularly proud of that because we know you have found Rinso to be a great help to you.
We're going to try to merit your continued friendship during the coming year by giving you the very best shows that we can possibly give.
And now, from our hearts, we wish you a very happy New Year, hoping that 1945 will bring victory and happiness.
That goes for me, too, folks. Good night, and Happy New Year.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam. George and Gracie. Spam, whoa boy. Spam, what joy. George Burns, Gracie Allen on the show with his orchestra. For singing glee, we're the Smoothies Three. Last but not least, with Bud Heaston. Well, it's Monday night, the 13th. But there's really nothing unlucky about it because Burns and Allen bring you plenty of fun to your house. Say, ladies, if you want to have good luck with tomorrow night's dinner, serve baked Spam. There's a delicious main course, easy to fix.
Spam is tender, taste-tempting meat that comes in a can. All you have to do is open the can, take out the Spam, score, and stud with cloves, and place in a shallow baking dish. Put it in the oven and baste with a little pineapple juice or a delicious sauce, which is described for you on the Spam can label. In just a few minutes, you'll set before your family a piping hot surprise full of downright goodness and flavor. Extra goodness, ladies, because Spam is a perfect combination of sweet, juicy pork shoulder meat and tender ham. Have a Spam bake tomorrow. Just remember to say to your food dealer, I want Spam. And here they are, like Spam, cold or hot. They hit the spot. George and Gracie.
Thank you. Gracie, say hello.
Oh, hello.
Well, Gracie, if you happen to read my name on the society page one of these days, don't be surprised.
What'd you say, George?
I say, if you happen to read my name on the society page one of these days, don't be surprised.
Oh, no, I won't be. Well, there's no reason why you shouldn't
right
be.
Right there all the time, but
I didn't think, George.
You know, it's very hard to see when you're looking up.
Yeah.
You have to look down.
You know, George, only yesterday I was saying to my sister Bessie, what has Cornelius Vanderbilt got that George hasn't got? He's got position, he's got friends, he's got money, he's got culture.
Me?
No, Cornelius Vanderbilt.
Oh.
But my sister Bessie says I still think he's a lowbrow.
Cornelius Vanderbilt?
No, you.
So your sister Bessie doesn't think I can get into society?
Oh, well, don't worry about it, George. Everybody I told this conversation to said she's crazy.
Your sister Bessie?
No, me.
Well, anyway, Gracie, the reason I said that you would see my name on the society page was because last night I went out
you
with
did? Well, last night I went to the Palladium Ballroom where Artie Shaw is working.
Yes.
And as I came in, the band was playing Jeannie with the light gray hair. So I checked my
Just a
coat.
minute.
And
Jeannie with the light gray hair?
yes, so I checked my coat.
Gracie,
and then when...
it's Jeannie with the light brown hair.
Yeah, I know, but she turned gray from overwork. So, let's see, where was I?
Maybe from playing around too much.
Yeah. Oh, yes. So I checked my coat, and when I got to the dance floor, the head waiter said, "Follow me, miss," and I did, and he was a beautiful dancer. Anyway, after...
The head waiter?
No, Cornelius Vanderbilt.
Look,
So...
Gracie, I started out to tell you, last night I was with a very famous society girl.
Oh, yeah. And is she mad at Artie Shaw?
The society girl?
No, the bubble dancer who works at the Palladium.
There's a bubble dancer at the Palladium?
Yeah, and every time Artie plays her number, he fills his clarinet with buckshot.
With buckshot?
Yeah, and that way he plays fantasy and pops the bubbles at the same time.
Pops the bubbles at the same time?
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy, I wish I were there last night.
Why, Bud, I'm surprised at you.
I can't help it, George. I'm just crazy about fantasy.
This Bud is really a musical genius.
He is. Say, did you know that Bud plays all the popular songs with one hand?
Well, what does he do with the other hand?
Drops in the nickels.
Anyway, last night I was out with this society girl.
Oh, who cares?
As I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, and if it happens again, a certain guy is going to get fired. Last night I was out with...
Look, it might interest you to know that there's a certain clarinet player that you can't bully because he doesn't have to take that kind of talk.
Who? You?
No, Benny Goodman.
Very funny, Artie. A big scream.
Artie, that's a fine thing to say to George after the hundreds of nice things he's done for you.
Hundreds of nice things. What's he ever done?
Yeah, George, name one.
Name one? How about the time?
Yeah, Artie, how about that time?
What time?
Yeah, George, what time?
When I first found him. What was he?
Yeah, Artie, what are you going to say to that?
Nothing.
Well, that may be true. But, George, you've got a lot of nerve saying Artie was nothing.
I said Artie was nothing?
Oh, please, George, once is enough.
Wait a minute. Who does George think he is?
Yeah, George, who do you think you are?
This is stupid.
Please, Artie, you can't say George is stupid.
What?
Well, he is stupid.
You're nothing.
Yeah, you're nothing.
You're nothing.
Oh,
yeah,
Please,
you're
please,
nothing.
boy, please. What's the argument about?
Well, he said I was nothing.
He said I was nothing.
Oh, aren't you two boys ashamed of yourselves arguing over nothing? Come on, boys. Shake hands and make up.
Well, against my will. All right, Ollie. I guess it was my fault.
Yeah, well, it's against my will, too. And it was my fault, I guess. After all, you have done a lot of nice things. You have done a lot of nice things for me. Anyway.
Name one.
Yeah, name one. Oh, quiet! This is going too far. You people are just jealous because I'm stepping into society.
Yes, George, I think it's great, wonderful, marvelous, delightful.
Society?
No, spam.
Look, will you stop? This girl is coming up here tonight, and I'm trying to tell you
Pero
that
¿de qué
it's
se
very
trata de la
important
¿Por qué no
that-
me dijeron de la sociedad? Yo sé mucho de esas cosas, hombre.
Well,
Nada más.
now it's the guitar player. Senor Lee, why are you butting in?
Senor Burns, this society girl, this debutante.
Debutante?
Sí. Is she pretty like that movie star Catherine Hartburn?
Heartburn? It's Hepburn.
Hartburn.
Hepburn. Do you know the Philadelphia story?
Is it clean?
What an ignoramus. I'll bet he can't even spell his own name.
I can't so spell my own name.
Well, let me hear you do it.
What? From memory?
Gracie, I don't think that was so funny.
Well, neither do I.
Well, what are you laughing at?
Well, my brother Willie's letter. He's the one who's been drafted, you know.
Oh, yes, he just joined the army, Willie.
Yeah, well, here's the letter. Dear Mother, Dad, Gracie, and Mr. Faversham.
Who is Mr. Faversham?
Well, that's the mailman. He always reads the letters first.
Well, that stands to reason.
Thanks very much for the birthday turkey you sent me. My tent mates and I lit the 21 candles, and we really had a wonderful time. Yesterday I was on
21 candles on the turkey?
Yeah. Yesterday I was on the
Your brother is 21 years old?
No, the turkey.
Oh, the turkey.
Yesterday I was on the target
So he
range.
put 21 lit candles on the turkey?
No, under the turkey.
Lighted the candles under the turkey?
Yeah. Well, how else could he cook it?
Well, I never thought of that. I see what you mean.
Yesterday I was on the target range with a group. George, what letter is this? An A or a V?
Looks more like an R.
No, it couldn't be R. His eyes look like G's.
What about his eyes?
They're very weak. That's why his eyes look like
I
G's.
see. Oh, well. No.
His O's look like M's.
His O's look quiet. He was on the target range,
Oh, yeah.
remember?
Yesterday I was on the target range with a group of rookies, and I shot for 3 hours. I would have shot longer, but I ran out of rookies.
Your brother ought to get a medal for a thing like that.
Oh, he did, but not just for that.
Hmm.
He's also the only tank in the regiment who doesn't need armor.
That's a nice kid. He probably parts his hair with a corkscrew.
Yeah, well, so does my brother.
I was going to say corkscrew.
Yeah.
I should have said it.
Yeah.
Got a big laugh.
Well, say it.
Thanks.
Anyway.
You don't have to write for me.
No.
I just make a mistake, and what a wow.
Well, anyway, more letter.
Yes.
Thanks for the picture of Daddy you sent me to wear next to my heart. I had a little difficulty at first, but now I slip the picture inside of my woolen underwear and then climb in with it.
He climbs in with it?
Yes. It's a full-length picture.
I
George.
see what you mean, yes.
Even so, I had to cut the feet off the picture, as Daddy is 5 inches taller than I am, and I look silly being that far off the ground. Signed, Willie.
That's the finish of the letter.
Yes.
Good.
P.S. I've got 3 marvelous tent mates, but one thing seems to be lacking. We haven't got a tent.
Well, I've heard everything. Well, that's plenty, Gracie.
Now the movies, Dad, Charlie, and Little was saying there'll be some changes made, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised if Senor Lee would chime in.
For there's a change in the weather, there's a change in the sea. From now on there'll be a change in me. My walk will be different by talking my name. Nothing about me, honey, is gonna be the same. I'm gonna change my way of living, honey, if that ain't enough. Then I'll change the way I strut my stuff, 'cause no There'll be some changes made today. Honey, there'll be some changes made today.
For there's a change en el clima, there's a change en el mar. También cambiamos nuestro modo de amar. Y si tú lo quieres, me cambio también. Buenas noches, cucaracha. Yo lo que yo te digo, no te quiero mentir. Voy a cambiar mi modo de vivir. Entonces es cuando tú me vas a amar. Y yo lo sé muy bien, my darling sweetheart, porque me voy a cambiar.
For there's a change in the fashion, and there's a change in the shoes. There's a new way people get the blues. I must make changes from old to new. I must do things the way the others do. I'm gonna change my tomorrow. I'll make my changes today. 'Cause I must have lots of loving. Ooh, I gotta have it or I'll fade away. Just hold your horses, lover boy is on his way. There'll be some changes made. Oh, there's a change in the weather, there's a change in the sea. From now on, there'll be a change in me. My walk will be different, my talk and my name. There'll be some changes made today.
Oh, dame mi sombrero ya y tócame el rancho grande.
Well, Smoothies and Sanya Lee, that number was Tres Tres Chick. That's French for in the groove. But none of you people would know that because you don't mingle with society, you see.
All right, poor man's Charlie Knickerbocker. Who we out with? Doris Duke or Barbara Hutton?
Happens to be Cubina Wright Jr.
Cubina Wright Jr.?
That's right.
Well, pull my tooth and call me Duchess.
Well, wise guy, she's coming up here tonight, and I'm taking her out right after the broadcast.
Say, George, if you want to make an impression, rent a butler and have the butler come in and...
hire a butler. Rent a butler, did you say?
Yeah.
Gracie, hire.
George, if you want to make an impression, rent a butler and have him come in.
Gracie, hire.
George, if you want to make an impression, rent a butler. I'm sorry, that's as high as I can go.
No. Look, Gracie. You misunderstand me, and I pretty near killed the whole thing altogether. Look, Gracie, people rent furniture, they rent cars, and they rent apartments, but they hire butlers.
Well, that's Hollywood. They haven't got a dime bust. They've all got butlers.
Gracie, this whole thing was your idea.
Yeah, but I bet if I thought of it, you'd say it was silly.
All right, when Cubina Wright gets here, I'll rent the butler.
Hire.
Quiet.
Anyway, to impress her, have the butler announce your name in Russian.
In Russian?
Yeah, you'll be a much bigger name that way.
Well, I've had enough.
I've had enough? Oh, that's pretty. But personally, I like Rachmaninoff.
Look, Gracie, when she gets here, will you try and conceal your absurdity?
No, is that thing showing again?
Yeah, it's a little bit on the bias. It's showing just a little bit.
Senor Burns, if you want to make an impression on her, why don't you buy a racehorse like Saw Biscuit?
Saw Biscuit?
Si.
You mean Sea Biscuit?
Saw.
Si.
Saw.
Si.
Saw.
Si.
Let me off. I'm getting dizzy.
Senor Lee, this goes for you, Gracie, and everybody else here. Tonight, I don't want any wisecracks.
Oh, leave it to me, George. Now, listen. As soon as she comes in, I'll say, ladies and gentlemen, have you tried Spam?
Spam? Spam?
Yeah. Now, what's your language?
It's spam.
Well, I say, what's your language?
When the line comes in.
Yeah, okay. Now, it's, what's this now? It's unadulterated porcine clavicle with ham meat added. How do you like that?
Oh, well, that's fine. That's very
now,
good. Jester.
Frigid or torrid, it strikes a responsive chord. Good and ritzy, huh?
That'll help a whole lot. But society people don't talk that way. They have charm. They have culture. They're natural. Why, they hardly open their mouths when they speak. As a matter of fact, Bud, a big mouth shows lack of breathing. Isn't that right, Gracie?
Oh, don't ask me. I wouldn't know.
Anyway, Cubina Wright ought to be here any minute, and you'll really love her. She's a swell girl. But what I'm nervous about is right after the program, I've got to meet her uncle, and, gee, I hope I make a good impression.
Mr. Burns.
Yes, what is it, 4 years at Harvard?
If you'll allow a sound man, perhaps I can be of service.
Well, let's hear it.
Having majored in psychology at Harvard, I feel qualified to advise you on the art of making friends.
Well, thanks.
It's all a matter of striking a note of common interest.
I think you've got something.
For instance, if her uncle happens to be a philatelist, talk about stamps.
Yes.
If he happens to be an Epicurean, discuss foods.
Mm-hmm.
If he happens to be a fraternity brother, give him the fraternal handshake. It might even make it easier if you knew what college he went to.
Well, he's a Yale man.
Give him a hot foot.
Well, thanks for your help, Soundman. When Cubina gets here, I wish I could think of a novel way to impress her, but I can't.
I can.
Of course, I could have the boys give her a fanfare.
Well, of course, if my uncle were here, he and I could do something together, but he isn't here, so I guess I'll have to do something by myself
She
again.
comes in, we can roll out
my
a
uncle.
carpet.
You know, he's the one who sees with his thumb.
No,
my uncle.
That wouldn't
You know
do.
that, George? My uncle sees with his thumb.
It would be a
lot of
good
people
idea,
don't believe
though.
that. He sees
To have
with
her,
his thumb,
when
but
she
he
comes
does.
in, I'll just
Even my
walk
uncle
up to
wouldn't
her and
believe
say,
it. If he
hello,
hadn't
Cubina.
seen it with his own thumb.
How was things?
You see, my thumb,
Nice day
my
today.
uncle, with his thumb, he
Would,
sees his thumb, my uncle.
Sees.
With
his thumb.
Yeah, my uncle.
Your uncle?
Yeah.
Your uncle sees with his thumb?
Yeah, he sees if the soup is hot.
He sees if the soup is hot.
Now, Artie Shaw, his clarinet and orchestra, put some original touches to the old spiritual, Nobody Knows the Trouble I've Seen.
Say, Bud, do you think I'd better call Emily Post? I've got about 1,000 questions to ask her.
Oh, no, you don't have to ask Emily Post. Ask any woman, George. If you ask women the right way, you can get the right answer without any trouble.
You can, Bud?
Oh, that's right. I'll show you how. Now, watch. Watch, George, now. Ladies, here in the audience, do you want to know how to give your family a swell taste surprise?
Say, Bud, I think you've got something.
Thanks, George. Now, look, we'll go on for some more here now. And do you want to serve something that's easy to fix? All right. Now, it's all done with Spam, S-P-A-M. There's no mystery about it. Spam has become the most popular new meat item brought out in a generation. Originated by Hormel, Spam is delicious meat packed in a handy can. It has dozens of uses and a flavor all its own because Spam is different, isn't it? Well, folks, Spam is sweet, juicy pork shoulder meat combined with tender, tasty ham. Nothing else but those two choice cuts. That's the reason Spam has extra flavor, extra downright lip-smacking goodness. That's why Spam, served cold, as it comes from the can, makes a perfect lunch. Why sizzling hot slices of Spam fried for breakfast make your mouth water for more, and why Spam baked for dinner in all its meaty flavor completely satisfies. But get the real thing, ladies. Insist on Spam. Try those easy recipes on the label. Ladies, get Spam when you shop tomorrow. Are we all agreed?
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot, Spam hits the spot.
Say, George, if Cubina doesn't show up, I know a beautiful society girl that'll go out with you.
You do?
Yeah, but first you better call up Gladstone 1131 and see if I'm there.
You're a society girl?
Well, sure. It takes 4 maids to help me with my milk shower.
Your milk shower?
Well, sure.
You take milk showers?
Every day.
What's the 4 maids for?
To hold the cow over the
Look, Gracie, you don't have to worry.
Yes.
Yes. Who are you?
I'm left over from the commercial.
Well, everything happens to me. Everything. Oh, here she is now. Don't forget, everybody. On your toes. Come in. Well, it's Cubina Wright Jr. Well, how are you, Cubina? I'm so glad to see you.
Fine, George, and I'm very glad to see you.
Well, look, George. She talks with her mouth open. You told me society girls only talk like this.
Quiet. Gracie, this is Cubina Wright.
Now, George, don't forget Junior.
No, I want to meet him, too.
And, Cubina, this is Artie Shaw, our musical director.
How do you do?
Miss Wright, this is a pleasure. The charm of your presence exceeds even the flattering reports that preceded you. Boy, am I corny.
You can say that again, brother.
Cubina, you'll have to forgive Mr. Shaw. You see, as the saying goes, he's a little bit off the cob.
Oh, look who's talking.
Oh, she's got a wonderful sense of humor.
Say, Cubina, I thought you lived in New York.
Well, I do. You see, my being here is purely an accident.
Well, so is mine. My mother expected a boy.
Gracie, careful.
You see, Gracie, I can't stay still. I've got wanderlust.
Oh, that must be awful. Is it anything like the measles?
No, Gracie. Wanderlust means moving from place to place.
Oh, that's the measles, all right. You know, my brother got them in Texas, and the next day they were south of the border.
Gracie, Cubina means she travels.
Oh, like my uncle. Well, for instance, he winters in Palm Beach and summers in Newport.
Oh, really? And where does he fall?
On his face. And how's your uncle?
Cubina, don't you think we ought to go? oh, yes. Bud, this is Cubina Wright, Jr.
Cubina Wright, Jr.? Well, gee, Miss Wright, I've seen your picture in all the papers and magazines.
Thanks, Bud.
Now, there's one thing I'd like to ask you.
Well, what's that, Bud?
Do you really wash your things in Lux?
Why, Bud!
Yes, Bud, and I eat Spam, and I love it.
Well, Cubina, I just don't know what to say.
Oh, don't apologize for anything, George. This is the most fun I've had in months.
I'm so tired of going out with all these well-groomed, good-looking society men who spend so much money on you, who have such good education and fine manners, and it's a pleasure to be with you.
Why, Cubina.
Oh, please, Cubina, you're turning George's head. And if you turn it any more, he'll have to stand behind his back to shave himself. You follow me, George?
Yes, I follow you.
Well, you better stop or I'll call the cops.
All right, I've stopped.
George, what I said may not have sounded right, but what I meant was, I like a man I can make something of, a man I can mold.
Well, then, George is your man because you'll find him very moldy, and
Never mind. Percy, I wish you'd be quiet. This girl means something to me. Well, come on, Cubina.
Hey, Senor Burns.
What is it, Senor Lee?
I would like to go out with that Carbona.
Carbona?
See, she's really from society. She's a member of the 300.
400.
3 1/4.
400.
350.
400.
I'll take her, but you drive a hard bargain.
Well,
come on, Cubina, let's go.
Hey, wait a minute. Cubina, is this on the level? After going out with fellas like the Vanderbilts, how can you go out with George?
Now, listen here, Mr. Shaw. What has Cornelius Vanderbilt got that George hasn't got? He's got wit, he's got charm, he's good company. And what's more, I'm definitely going out with him tonight.
George?
No, Cornelius Vanderbilt. Good night.
Well, Artie, you fixed it. That was a lot of wise cracks.
Yeah, with all those wise cracks.
Yes, all those silly things.
Yeah.
And, Gracie, don't you start again and don't help me with all this talk.
Yeah, Artie, we've had enough
listened to you
of
for years.
Artie, you've got a
Now,
lot
let
of
me
nerve.
tell you
It's fellows
something.
like you that make fellows like
All
you.
right,
Quiet! Join us next week, same time, same station, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. This is Bud Heaston speaking for Hormel and Spam, reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.